That could have gone a lot smoother, but hey. How's everybody doing today? Yeah, Advait, it's been long since you've been here. Like, I haven't seen you in the past 3 or 4 streams. Ripcord sword beckons you, yeah. How's everybody doing today? Good, Nelson. Hey Revan, hey Karen. Quite a few new names I'm seeing here. Yeah, today I'm going solo as well because nobody was free to go stream with me. But if this build goes well, I might be able to finish off the P-Bandai backlog and then move on to my actual backlog. Like, I bought quite a few kits to I don't know, I'm basically just interested. One of them is actually, I'm not afraid to tell you, the Team Bright version of the Real Grey Granddaddy Gundam. Because yeah, we know the Real Grey 2.0 is coming out, so I want to take a look at the original Real Grey Gundam. But I always wanted like the same model of my kits to be in a different identity, if that makes any sense. Like I won't have any qualms getting a standard Zeta and a Zeta 3. So if that makes any sense, that makes sense. But my articulation is poor today. Hey Vincent. Excuse me. Hey George. Haven't been here since when I got modded. That was quite a few, like, at least a few months. No, that was at least a year ago. I feel fine. I only pop in time and time again, but only if I only pop in time and again, but only if I feel bored. Well, having me in the background is fine as well. So without further ado, let's begin the build. Easily a year ago. Hey. Yep. Standard Gundam frame stuff. Hey. And I still don't have a good setup in having me runners right beside me, but that's besides the point. So yeah. I'm cutting part of my Massacre Wing Fenice and grouping them up. It takes me 3 days and I'm still cutting it. Well, that's a long time. Do you mean the Fenice Rinashita? Because that's the only, like, master grade Wing Gundam Fenice variant, if you discount the Alba. The only thing HIROK in stock in my area is just the Cyclasis Grays and Zeke Runa. Shame. That's not good. But if I'm honest, there aren't really too many good ones off the top of my head, especially around those releases. I'm building the high-grade Gondvilva with Permet 6 in mind. So you're gonna paint the shell units yourself. Good man. That's just a saying in England, by the way. I'm not assuming your gender. Yeah, Massacre Wing Fenice Rinashita. I don't buy P-Bandai because I was never fast enough. That's a shame. Any P-Bandai Gundam you truly despise? Not really yet. But if you're talking about any P-Bandai Gundams I have very strong feelings for, the Gundam Maxter. You'll know why if you've been on my streams or if you've been talking to me privately about it. But since status update, I got this thing done. Yep, the Ghost Gundam. It does require a few touch-ups, but it's mostly just to paneline the flat colored pieces, just to bring out the detail, especially the skull on the chest. And of course, I painted the Kujaku, and I wasn't going to risk. I finished my lunch an hour ago, and I wasn't going to risk the camera overheating from me just trying to push these out again. So Yep, I haven't filmed the verdict spins, but hey, that's something that I can do later on. But yeah, I got the ghosts done, and then according to the poll, as far as I remember, the next one of interest is the Maxter, so that will be up after the ghost, if not after the weekly upload. So yeah, let's see what my one expert member thinks, whether I should put up the Maxter or the regularly scheduled upload. So the Maxter is going to be coming out soon, and then I'm going to be filming this guy, and then hopefully the Demi Garrison. The G Gundam hybrids deserve standard release, including the Nether Gundam. That's not the reason I have strong feelings for that thing. But I do agree with you. When I saw Hajiro Boshi, I always remember the Smart Mace joke that Zaka Aurealis played. I like that a lot. I haven't seen that video. What nippers are you using? I'm using the PN120 God Hands. They're like a tier lower than the God Hand that we know, the blue one, the SP120, SPN120. But they're still quite decent for like a fraction of the price. So they're still pricey, no doubt, but they're basically as good as the God Hand, if I'm honest. As good as the normal God Hand that we know and love. And Tequila Gundam too. Yeah, definitely. We can only dream. And since G Gundam is getting like a side story for the 30th anniversary, hopefully we'll get some more G Gundam releases. At the very least, they have to complete the boy band, like the Modern Shuffle Alliance. And since this year is the Year of the Dragon, even though that whole fanfare is gone like 3 months ago, we have to get the Dragon Gundam soon. We just have to. Please don't let my Bolt Gundam joke be true, and we will only complete the boy band in like 2026. Let's hope that's not true. This week I got both 2 Massacres from Gundam Thunderbolt, the full armor and the Psycho Zaku. I'm so happy. Well, good luck with the pipes and the tanks, man. Jeez. You're gonna run out of space soon, because those tanks are humongous. I already had an issue with the Psychos, like the Psycho Doga's tanks, and they are 15 centimeters long from the tip of the body. So, good luck with those. I hope they do the Yamato Gundam. I doubt they would do any any not animated Gundams from G Gundam. Personally, I really want them to make a real great Gundam God Master from Gundam Tri-Age, but then again, when have they ever paid any attention to Tri-Age other than when it's convenient for them? Like the Dantalian, sure, but it did appear in Gecko. And then you got the Dry on Dry, which was originally from Tri-Age. Then they implemented it into Gundam Build Fighters Battle Log. But originally it was a Tri-Age design. It got the golden eyes and partially gold Vifen and everything. So that was a simple recolor of the Tryon 3. I know about the Chogokin thing. I'm gonna talk about that in a bit. And then the other instance they paid attention to Tri-Age was the actual Tri-Age Gundam, which is a color variant of the Tri-Age Magnum in real life. So, yeah, I doubt they would make anything from the Tri-Age original. Oh yeah, the Unicorn Gundam Perfectibility. They have implemented that in and that thing as well. I forgot. It was a Plan B originally. That's why I forgot. But they haven't really paid attention to the Tri-Age originals unless it was convenient for them. So, I doubt anything's gonna come out of that. Any PG wish list? Mine is a PG Macross thing. I don't have any PG wish lists. I don't know PGs in general. I don't have any attachments to PGs because I haven't built one yet. I don't have a reason to. Actually, let me check. Yes, I know how to speak Cantonese, but this is an English channel, so unless I'm doing it for a bit, I'm not going to be speaking Cantonese. Yeah. I'm very paranoid about the runners. Oh yeah, completely forgot that this thing has a wire. It's in the box, don't worry, I haven't lost it yet. Massacre narrative when? I'm not going to be reviewing the Massacre narrative. It's just way too much work for me, especially like during this period of time when I'm still working on my dissertation, and it's about time for me to move back. Like I'm moving back to my parents' house in 2 months. So I don't want to stockpile my backlog more than I already have, unless it's like the brand new high grades. Imagine if I actually got the Mighty Strike Freedom though. I still don't have the Ganstrom. I'm still on back order, and imagine if I got the Mighty Strike Freedom by sheer luck. Are you a hand painter, can painter, or airbrush painter? I'm all of them basically. Can painter. I used to be a can painter, but now that I've understood how much flexibility I have, being able to mix my own colors, I basically swap to airbrushing. Unless the can is something like a champagne gold, which I cannot easily mix. So those default metallics, I usually use cans. Hand painting though, I go in for the smaller details. So I'm basically all of them. You've streamed 16 times by now. I'm trying to search for the stream I got modded. Oh, that stream. Those other streams are probably privated or well unlisted. So it's definitely a stream from when I was still home. So yeah, read the damn instructions, man. Huh, weird. I mean, we are getting the... Okay, that's cotton. We are getting the Bernapius. Yeah, we are getting the Bernapius, but the US is only going to be getting that kit in, like, September? So that's already way past the time I was supposed to move back. I'm probably going to be getting therapy when I move back instead of trying to find a job off the bat. I know. I need. Yeah, it's around this stage that everybody is scared because yeah, they need to think about their future and stuff. I still don't have any idea what the hell I'm going to be doing. But it's definitely not going to be pursuing further education in psychology because research is not my thing. If possible, I really want this to be my life. But I'm not Mecha Kaikotsu. And I don't... so I don't have the views that he gets in order to be... for this whole shtick to be sustainable. So, yeah, screw me, I guess. So, yeah, and I still have a lot of underlying issues to work out. So yeah, I might as well get therapy after I move back. Should I use metallic blue for Gundam marker or Gaia for Gundvulva chest unit? Choose the one that's less runny. I would say, like, I haven't used the Gaia markers myself, but yeah, you can try using the Gundam marker and then just paneling in the gaps. That's basically what I did for the Lefrith Ur and Lefrith Thorn. But definitely wait until the paint is dried first. So basically, run it through with a metallic blue. Wait for it to dry. Use a fine tip Gundam marker. Don't use the flow type because those are less controllable. Use a fine tip Gundam marker and then just go into the gaps and paneline them out. That's basically what I would do. I plan to display the Seikozaku without the giant fuel tank though. Just its gas backpack are good enough for me. You still have 2 giant fuel tanks to contend to. Massacre Narrative 1. I think a good PG is an Strike, Exia, or Grandpa Unleashed. If only I'm working for a store and they're asking me to build some sample products, then I might be able to do it. Maybe I should maybe I should work in Hamleys. Like, I don't know. Maybe I should work in like the official Bandai store down in London. I know London is in it. I know London is a cesspit and all, but hey, I might be able to build some samples and make some money off of it. And try the perfect rate that's very high. Same deal again. Move from where to where? Moving from Sheffield back to my parents' house in the UK. So that's gonna be quite a bit of a move, especially because with all the kits that I've got. I don't really have like a lot of daily essentials. Like unlike my cousin, which my parents still rant to this day. He has like a whole like shipping container worth of stuff. So yeah, at least I can find solace in the fact that all I need is 2 car journeys in order to ship all of my stuff back. Although they will have to come on separate weekends. Do you consider Gundam Flowers as a gun cannon homage? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because if the Barbatos is the Gundam, and then you have the Flowers as the gun cannon, then what's the gun tank? And to be honest, we haven't got any like tank type mobile suits in Iron Blooded Orphans yet. Last stream I was on the oh wow. Time flies, doesn't it? It's almost 2 years ago. Airbrushing is a huge upgrade to spray cans. Hey, Weston Harris, nice. Nice of you to pop in right now. Wait, there's a sticker under the cockpit hatch? Really? Wow. And I think I might be doing something wrong because there are pegs. And that was the exact stream I got modded. Can you make a video about your father's favorite gunpla? No, I can't because my dad doesn't really do gunpla. He isn't really into the hobby like I am into it, so it's kind of hard to tell. But he is mostly biased towards anything with the Real Grade label, so I guess I could make it work, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I've been planning for the longest time to get him the full armor unicorn Real Grade. But I just couldn't get myself to pull the trigger because of how expensive it is for something I essentially have. But I don't know. Maybe I will give him the Granddaddy gun, like the Granddaddy 2.0, whenever it releases. Whenever I'm done with it. Ask him his top 10 Gundam. He doesn't follow the mythos as closely as I do, so he basically knows nothing. He thinks that every Gundam face looks the same. Yeah, he's that type of boomer, so yeah, I shan't question him about how far he follows it. But I guess he's sick of me just talking about Gundam all the time. He wanted to see Freedom while he was back in Hong Kong, but nah, the dates didn't line up. So he's SOL until Seed Freedom is up for streaming, I guess. I really want to see Seed Freedom again, just for the action alone. Like, I don't care about the story. The story's terrible, but in general, the story's terrible. I like the character development and everything, but in general, the story is terrible with all the plot holes and retcons and stuff. But I would love to see Seed Freedom again, just for the action alone. And what the hell am I doing wrong here? Because as you can see, there are, if the camera can focus, please, there are like 2 yellow pegs. There are like 2 yellow pegs up here. I think it connects to something, but it doesn't. I don't know. I'll take a look at product photos later on to see if I'm doing anything wrong. Wait, where's my mouse? Hello, Banshee. You're building Phantom Gundam and a streamer got modded. Wow. No, I'm not British. I immigrated to England, but I'm from Hong Kong. Is there a kid you want but still waiting for a reprint? Oh my god. That's a whole can of worms you open there, Baffin. The X-Maul and the Camper Amazing They're both like in the regular market. Like it's mostly build stuff because I came into the hobby around when build was starting to air, and back then I was only 13. And I didn't have like 12 or 13, and I didn't have the permissions or the money to get a huge truck ton of gunpla. So I missed out on a lot of the build releases until now. And Bandai, with their infinite wisdom, decided to not reprint the Camper Amazing and X Model in the upcoming big batch of build reissues. So I'm still waiting, and in terms of P-Bandai, of course, the build duo, the tall Strike Gundam Glitter and the M91, and I know I've reviewed it in the past, but I borrowed it from Hobby Clubhouse, so I really want my own, and I really want to do like my own touches to those kits, mostly being painting them up in my own way. But still, I really want those kits, and they're still not being reissued. Like they've been reissued like once, like a year ago, in the Taiwanese P-Bandai market, and that's it. That's all they've done for reissuing the Tall Strike and the M91. Still sitting here waiting, suffering the expensive prices they go for online. Like they cost like over 100 quid or something like that. What am I looking for? Which one are your which kits are you like still waiting for a reissue? Or Sanjo the first time I watched your stream. Ore Sanjo. Welcome Isurugi. I know both of you are dead in Iron Blooded Orphans. Find and local game store for a sponsor. There aren't any like local Gundam game stores in Sheffield. Like the only ones that has anything to pertain to Gundam is a Forbidden Planet International, and most of their clientele is just there for either not Gundam things, which is most of their clientele. So I doubt that a small store like that would want me to build any samples for them, because they stock up Gunpla very irregularly. Yo, what's up? Hey, Jiro. Finally came slightly on time. Building the Master Grade Extreme Strike Freedom Inner Frame now while chilling. Well, be careful with that. Can we have mobile worker for a gun tank? No. It's not a mobile suit, because gun tank is technically a mobile suit. In series, Iron Blooded Orphans are like Flauros, Astaroth, and Asmodeus. Fair enough, but the kits, man. The kits. Sours my opinions. Bought the Massacred Ultron EW for $60. Hopefully it's worth the price. I'm not the authority. You had to make your own judgment there. SDBB says she full armor unicorn Gundam best. If only I could find it. I really love the Strike Noir. So sad man, it doesn't upgrade the Masquerade Strike Noir 2.0 or RM version. That's a shame. Yeah, and I really hope they would make their own version of the Strike E, like an entry grade or something like that. We desperately need an upgraded Strike Noir in high grade form. But anyways, we can move on to the head. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong though. Like those ugly things are just supposed to stick out like that. I don't know. I guess Zeong is the oh my god. Sorry. I really struck the wall. I guess Zeong is special yoga because no matter what pose it is, it never falls. It doesn't fall because it doesn't have legs. How many parts does the second form reuse from the Hajiroboshi and Marcosius? Contemplating buying this kit. It uses quite. It basically has the entire first form here. So basically, this is a Hajiroboshi full package, unless you count the one in the reflection of the key visual of the animated project. So it basically reuses the entire lower body except for the rear wings, and then the upper body. I believe the arms are new. I believe the arms are the same. The shoulders are definitely new. The head is reused, and the chest just has some updated color separation, which is nice. Kills a single tank almost in the Gujin lineup, and it's not due to the whole gun tank shtick. He said that fires stuff out of his arms. I mean, the Barbershop Lupus Rex does fire stuff out of his arms. But you can see Lacus's ass 3 times. Nope, that's not the reason I wanted to see Seed Freedom. I just wanted to do like action pose references. Well, unless you're talking about there may be future releases of Figure Eye Standard, Pilot Suit Lacus Klein, then you have a point there. At least you didn't call Gundam a Transformer. That's a progress for some people. Hey, we're Asian. We know Gundams from Transformers. But the only problem with an IBO kit is the waist and the arms from the Gundam frame. It really depends on which kit you are building. Because, as I've mentioned in my Barbatos Lupus Rex video, and I actually should start building some stuff, the frame was fine. The frame was fine on my Barbatos Lupus Rex, and even my Gushin Rebake Full City and my Flaros. But the problem is their engineering, their lazy corner cutting. That's all there is. But and still, my Bale and my Chimerus Vidar are still holding up fine, even though they're just standing there for the entire year that I had them. I'm still waiting for my still waiting to get a white marker to paint in the to make the sigils for them. But if you're talking about something like the amazing Barbatos Lupus, it has a case of lupus. So, yeah, the amazing Barbatos Lupus's frame, not the best thing in the world. So, I really hate how people, like, I'm sorry, I need to get up close because eye stickers. But I really hate how people stigmatize the entire Iron-Blooded Orphans line just because like a good number of Gundam frames do not hold up well. Like, you gotta judge their kits based on what they themselves offer. Like, what's with the stigma? I know loose frames and poor color separation and all, but still, come on. And sorry, I'll re-chat in a bit. Just trying to deal with this eye sticker. I don't like how they're separate. I might as well just paint them in the future. The only problem I have, but the subs were too small for cinema, to be honest. Can't wait for the digital release so I can watch the action too. Ah, that's a shame. Built Marcosius before and fixed a lot. Yeah, same. But like I said, the whole stigma thing. Like, take model kits for what they themselves can offer, not stigmatize every single one of them just because a good number of them did badly. And I could go into a whole societal rant, but I don't want to get banned. So, hey, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, just say I'm just gonna say that you've dodged the bullet. You mean the yellow pegs, right? It's also there on mine. Ah. So it might be part of the design. I need to check the anime scenes. It's just ridiculous to have like 2 pegs sticking out with no reason whatsoever. Unless that's part of the whole secret form they teased in the key visual. Camphor amazing, $200. Yeah. In my place, it's the sub that's schizo with local language and English at the same time. Camphor super unpopular for Bandai. No, the Camphor has been getting regular reissues. The Camphor amazing, on the other hand, did not. They go for at least 10,000 yen in Japan. 2023 because I saw Massacre Duel in my local mail. Massacre Duel is my first gunpla ever. Still love it. Yeah, the Duel Gundam. Definitely a classic for some. I built the Marcosius and I think I got lucky. No loose jank parts by my Grey Zion and Vidar is jank AF. That's unlucky first name. I came to Hobby 2022 because my friend graduated and couldn't bring an open Massacre Curious with him. So he got dragged into it. That's a bit unfortunate, but at least you got into this very fun hobby from that. Really don't know why Bandai didn't release Real Glory Crossbone X1 Full Cloth. Because they don't like Crossbone. It's gonna be P-Bandai for sure, but I got my pliers instead of my nippers. What the hell? And in that term, I'm still waiting for them to make a Crossbone, real grade Crossbone X2 Kai. Like, that's my preferred form of the X2. Because the standard one is just literally a color variant. And while I did say that I don't mind color variants, if you have a more distinct identity in one of the future variants, why not? like the whole backpack is why I kind of like the X2 Kai over the normal X2. MJ, if you can pick one Gundam to get an entry grade release, what would it be? That's interesting. I don't really know, because entry grade has been a bit dodgy for the 3 Gundam releases that they have so far. But if it were to be a popular, like, there aren't really many like massively popular series left, because they've done the original, they've done Shark's Counterattack, and they've done Seed, and G Witch is the next popular thing I can think of, and their builds are basically entry grades in the form of high grades. It's a bit hard to say, if I'm honest, but maybe an entry grade Gym, or wait, Gundam. Do you mean Gundam or Gunpla? Oh, Gundam. So I don't want to see a Zeta. The double Zeta is impossible. Nu we already got. Moon doesn't need anything like that unless some people want to simplify it. What else do we have in the Universal Century? Unicorn? Entry grade Unicorn? Would anyone want to see that? At hospital at the moment, gotta watch over my dad. Got a kid to keep years ago. Oh, I'm sorry. My condolences, Pazer. Hopefully I can give you some, like, act as some company. Really don't, blah. Bandai never reprinted the Braves, right? I don't think so. Like, they reprinted it once or twice back in the Red Bandai days, but I never really recall that Blue Bandai has reprinted the Braves at all. Is Gunpla popular in UK, Britain? Depends on where you are, honestly. But I've seen less people. Like, I can count the number of people that know Gundam on one hand. Obviously, excluding the ones I've known from the community. Thank you very much. But in real life, it's kind of desolate because nobody knows Gundam. Like, I've only known one person who knows about Gundam and stuff. They only knew it because of the hobby, not because of the media. But if you go down to London, that's a different case. If you go to Manchester, Birmingham, London, basically any of the big cities, you'll at least find a good handful of Gundam fans. But the last time I know about a Gundam community here was when I watched Seed Freedom. Most of them were Chinese. So if you're talking about a local UK population Gundam fan thing, there isn't really a lot. That's why I felt so lonely. Would a real grade impulse be modified to a narrative like design, planning to custom like it? It's gonna be a bit risky, if I'm honest, if you want to mod a real grade. But what's the concept? Like, what do you mean by narrative like design? Could be just detailing. Yeah, probably. Name, first thing I say, really? My Marcos is to lose pain in wings. It's the luck of the draw of the polycats, if I'm honest. Polycats are horribly inconsistent. That's why people hate them. Chance for issue when it comes to old non-Gundam is up in the air. The more kits Bandai makes, the more that it gets lower and lower. Yeah, it dilutes the market. Bandai frame master grade real Granddaddy Gundam version 2.0. Why doesn't Bandai release G4 and G5? Because they're insignificant in the grand scheme of things. I want to see Seed Freaky again just because of Destiny 2. Do you mean the Destiny Spec 2 or the game Destiny 2? Can you use text-to-speech reading chat and have you read to chat? No, those only kind of work. Those only kind of work on like donations and stuff. So, if text-to-speech were to go off every single time I have a message, it'd just be overstimulation for me. And I don't think Streamlabs work that way as well. So, yeah. I'm sorry, but I really want to get to everybody. What if we have a real grade Zeta 2.0 Nightmare Transforming Kit? I don't think we were to get a real grade Zeta Gundam 2.0, it would be a nightmare. Because of how far the technology has come. Like, you know how good the real grade Gao Gaigar is. I've only heard good things about it. So, if they can pull off a triple combiner, like that's the whole point. If they can pull off a triple combiner without anybody complaining, without any bad points to talk about, then why not? They can pull off a real grade Zeta 2.0 with just the same thing. They need to actually tailor make a frame to withstand the transformation, and that's it. Basically, a shrunken down Master Grade version car. I think the new... That's a horrible nut mark there. Sorry about that. I think the new Hajiraboshi Marcosis is the original Marcosis with the body and frame of the Hajiraboshi. It's basically... Like, my prediction... I don't know if I've mentioned this, but my prediction is that... they're gonna go to Mendo to understand what Marcosius means, because neither Demner nor Ristario knows what Marcosius means. They only know that it's the disengaged limiter of the Gundam frame. So they'll probably go to Mendo, who's the treasure hunter, who's studying the origins of the Calamity War, and he probably knows the 72 demons by heart. So they'll go to Mendo, ask him what the hell is up with the name Marcosius, and they'll finally uncover the backstory of the missing Gundam frame, because Marcosius was not amongst the 26 that were documented to have survived. So they'll uncover the history and then refit the Hajiraboshi into looking like the Marcosius, which is what's the form in the key visual teaser is. And then they'll get into one final fight, possibly with another Gundam frame, and basically win the hunt. That's my prediction. Want to get another Brave for second opinion? I have a Brave. I have the Brave standard type. I just haven't gotten around to reviewing it yet. I don't know. Full transformations are fun, but they intimidate me in terms of script writing, just because they involve so many complicated steps, and I'm not the best in articulating my words. So I have a Brave standard type in the video backlog. I just didn't get around to reviewing it because because yeah, script writing is a pain in the ass. I love the flag line, but 80 plus euros, no thanks. Other than there was no change. Cannot wait to see Asmodee new form. Yeah, same. Oh my god, wow, sorry. Maybe I have bad luck. Yeah, probably. No, other than no change, right? Not Asmodee new form. Those ball-shaped polycats are like lottery. We win some, we lose some. It's all random luck. Till the R don't be like Mecha Kotsu, lol. Who do you think I am? A big way to make Gundam frames, I generally think only Bandai can salvage the frame is by remolding the polycap joints in full polystyrene. Now, why they didn't do that, I don't know. But probably because of the because joints that are too tight also cause a problem. Because joints that are too tight will cause the peg themselves to snap. So it's honestly a balancing act at that point. So if you win some, good. If you lose some, tighten them up yourself. That way you can control how tight they are. Unless you're doing like who is okay, some WhatsApp group. So unless you're building some special coating version of a Gundam frame, then just tighten it yourself. Like, I don't think there's any way in hell that Bandai would mold the polycats in full polystyrene, because it might be a risk to the connection themselves. What is it? Scalper prices, yeah, got one. Wow, 20 euros for this flag, right? So Wing series had a lot of good grunt designs. Leo, Aries, Virgo, but only Leos are on high grade. Basically, the 12 zodiacs, eh? Well, I know Libra is a ship, and Aquarius is a Gundam, so Maybe 25, entry grade Wing. The Aries is super ugly. Why? I have no opinions on it, but I don't think it's ugly. Come on. Entry grade Barbaros would be funny, or maybe entry grade Exia. Entry grade Turn A. Wow. Entry Reborns. Wow, that's ambitious. 10-pole Gundam story, but Alex Kidd is a real great kid. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Like imagine an entry grade with Chobam armor. Even just with the Chobam armor alone, if you exclude the forearm machine guns and any of the handheld weapons, if you just have a full set of Chobam armor, shrink down the Master Grade one with the full faceplate, that's gonna be fun on its own. Entry grade Exia or Mark II. Wow. Entry grade Haro. Why? There's entry grade. We already have a figurized Haro, Still in UK, you need to visit Warhammer World once they report about your visit. I'll think about it. We might go road tripping in the summer. I don't know. Really hate the series G, which looks like a joke. Stupid design and just stupid, and design in the series is so strange, ugly. MS design, like from alien developers, not like human developers. Oh, come on. I like the fact that they're deviating from the standard blocky Gundams. It's refreshing in a way, and that goes to say that I completely disagree that that people who criticize G Witch are like complete reactionaries, because we want something new. We just want it executed well. But I'm not gonna go into full-on rant about G Witch again. Like, nobody wants to pop onto the stream every single time and hear me rant about G Witch, because we all know the shortcomings of G Witch and how toxic the community surrounding G Witch are. So I'm gonna spare you the trouble and focus on building something I actually like for once. Real RG Devastator Combiner? Wow. Do you mean the Bayverse one, Revan? If you mean some of the other cartoon versions of Devastator, then that's more sensible. But if you're talking about the Bayverse one, then Bandai's gonna have some trouble. I feel like RX-78 is just really toyish. Maybe it's because of the yellow square on the skirt. Other Gundams didn't feel like... That's mostly because of the publishers back in the day. Because like quick trivia, the original form of the Gundam is supposed to be the G3 Gundam. However, toy manufacturers and publishers feel like the dark and gritty color scheme is not too marketable, so Tomino had to create the RX-78-2, the one which we know today with the tricolors, just to make the series more marketable. So if the original like classic Granddaddy Gundam isn't for you, maybe the more grittier versions are. Maybe the RX-71 or 3. Unless you're talking about the entry grade with exaggerated colors for the G3. I'm happy for the F90 getting love in recent years by Bandai making that. Why F90? It's Bandai, it's arbitrary. PG Gundam Hero Final Battle. We don't have the original. I mean Destiny Spec 2, of course. Yeah, fun fact. I gave my paints the best chance they had, but unfortunately they didn't work out. So what I turned to is the typical Mr. Color fluorescent paint. So I finally finished up my Destiny Spec 2 custom build, and I don't know where the hell my it's always like this. I lose stuff in front of me. So I've painted up my Destiny Spec 2 and I gave it the glowing joints. Ideally I would want to give it invisible glowing joints. So because there's this one Japanese YouTuber that made a Destiny Spec 2 using invisible paint, invisible UV paint. But unfortunately the specific one that they use isn't even available for import. Like I cannot splash out just for that bottle of paint because it doesn't exist in the UK market. So whatevs, Kevs. I'm just gonna bite the bullet and paint those joints permanently red. And if ever I get the Zeus silhouettes, then I'll have a standard Destiny Spec 2. I know Gunnar from a video about Freedom Die from Above and Saving Archangel. Oh yeah, that classic. Hello mates, I have a few IBO kits and they age like milk. They need regular maintenance. To be honest, most Gunnar already looks toy-like enough with military arts. What military paints their fighting vehicles that look like freaking US flags? Depends on the context, I guess. Yeah, it's been a while, Devlin. Yeah, it's really been a while for you. In G, which I only like Ur and Thorn. Ur, remember Virtue. Yeah, they're designed by Yanase, and they don't deviate much from the conventions. Which is why I don't really like those designs, to be honest, because they feel too similar to what we've seen before. Like the whole reason I gave the Lefrith Ur the sound of the 00 units, because they reminded me of the 00 units. What am I looking for? Which kid from Which from Mercury looks like a knight? Michaelis, or anything from Grassley, to be honest. Bale Gundam's anime looks like a joke. Come on. I like the Gundam Bale. I just hate that it's soiled like that just because of its like political significance. Like, can you imagine? Like, we've had 3 kings in Iron Blooded Orphans so far. So Bale, Asmodee, and Zagan. Zagan is also a president, so double ranks there. But Asmodee is piloted by Renzi. I'm not gonna clarify who that is if you don't know about the official translations of the names. So Asmodee is piloted by Renzi, who doesn't know the significance of the names, apart from the fact that it's a Gundam frame. And the other kings that we have, Bale and Zagan, they're piloted by power-hungry cows that use the political significance to basically force people to bow down to them. And that got me thinking, like, our king, like, do we really want another king in Iron Blooded Orphans so far? Would it have been better for them to all just be destroyed? Because whenever you have a king, like 2 out of 3 kings cause the power-hungry cows to go crazy and completely ruin their character writing. So, do we really want another king in Iron Blooded Orphans? Just for another power-hungry person, just to take it and use the political significance of the king to try and get other characters to bend down to them? That's what I don't like about the Bale. But the design itself, yeah, it's fine. Start to think that every Gundam frame actually survived and those that were just hidden like Marcosius. Yeah, Asmodee wasn't one of them. Flowers wasn't one of them, so maybe all 72 of them have survived. Who knows? Am I doing something wrong? Nope. If any Massacre IPO, I will pre-order it immediately. Good luck with that. This truly was an Iron Blooded Orphans Uruzu hunt. You know what's funny? Wow. It's funny, 72 Gundam frames that the hires no only 72 so we can give Ejima Solomon stuff names. It's probably because of the mobile armors. They themselves gave them like 72 variants, like 72 units, the names of the angels from Shemha Mifarash. So probably that's why Gatahorn decided to name their Gundams after demons. Like, the whole significance about naming Gundams after demons was that they were designed to counter not aliens, angels. So it only makes sense because 72 angels countered by 72 demons is only biblical. So why not? But the whole technological challenges aspect, I don't buy it. I must be doing something wrong. It looks off. More risk, not enough reward, just throw mass production grunts, patch of G-frames. Looking at Bandai, Massacre, Samrock IEW, but wow. 220 euros, that's not good. Okay, so they don't fit the other way around, so I have to be doing something right. The full picture might come together when I put the kit together, so not gonna question it. Make a video with this title. First time Warhammer World as a non-Warhammer fan. 30k views in 24 hours, really? Nobody has even seen the airbrush review. So who's to say trying something new doesn't always work out? Transformers Devastator, but yeah. Is the G-Witch fanbase worse than the Seed community? No, I don't think so. Based on accounts from past YouTubers, the Seed fanbase basically sucks Kira off. And that's basically the G-Witch fanbase now. Like, there's nothing wrong with liking what you like, but if you refuse to acknowledge the flaws and outright attack people for possessing different opinions to you, then that's where I lose respect. Because everybody has the right to like or dislike something that they do like or dislike. And if you don't want to hear them out, fine, just piss off. But if you go out of your way to attack them for their own opinions, that's where I draw the line. Unfortunately, that's basically the entire internet climate these days, so c'est la vie, I guess. Transformers Devastator, Tarka Tommy still holds the ISP, yeah. Short answer is yes. Good luck with Warhammer 40 getting gaslit with them rewriting the lore though. Oh, for God's sake. I've heard about the whole virtue signaling thing about what? Warhammer 40k. E.G. Alex is great. I think the Chobam armor will sell separately with the bazooka if that will happen. Let's hope not. Somebody honking out the... Nah, I don't like G3 colors, but I like the Mark II color scheme. I turned slightly Irish there. Mark II. I lean more on Titan's colors. To be fair, yeah, Titan's colors looks more stealthy, looks more realistically militaristic, so sure. Have you watched Kamen Rider? No, I haven't watched Kamen Rider. I feel like it's a really stupid thing to just watch. I know a lot of people like it, so don't attack me for it, but I feel like it's really just ridiculous to see some grown men in some plastic costumes just waving their arms around, playing around with their belts. like it's I can't justify myself watching it just because it basically screams like a kid's show to me. I'm sorry, but it's not my thing. Titan's color scheme are kind of awesome and can be used on a lot of kits that still look good. Yeah, the Builder Katsuki is one of them. Yo, I did that too. My Destiny high grade. I want to do it again to my master grade EBM Destiny. Oh, extreme blast mode, extreme burst mode. Forgot. But hey, you do it on a master grade, and you'd be bloody lucky if you actually get the whole spooky luminous paint. If you're able to get that, I am not, so I had to bite the bullet. Spent 30 odd quid for two bottles of acrylic paint that only work on white surfaces. So essentially, it's not getting the effect that I want. So, will you be reviewing the actual Destiny Spec 2 with the Zeus silhouette? Maybe, maybe not. It depends on my financial situation. Like I said, I was out of pocket. I just got paid my pocket change, and I only have like 30 odd quid to use for the rest of the week. So I have to pinch on pennies for the moment. But if I actually did get a job by the time that summer ends and have like a part-time job I can go to earn a little bit of chunk change, then perhaps I'll spend a bit of it on gunpla. Like splash out on I'm definitely getting the real grade Akatsuki, don't get me wrong, but I was saying that I'm gonna pass on the Destiny Spec 2 just because it's so large. But depending on my financial situation and whether or not it's feasible to transport that damn thing, because wow, 50 centimeters, jeez. But it's maybe on my consideration list, because I believe people will be asking me whether, oh, does the Zeus silhouette work with the Akatsuki? If it does, well, why don't you show us? Somebody's gonna put that comment in the chat, so in which case forcing me to buy the Destiny Spec 2. So I'm not leaving. I am definitely not leaving it off the table, but I still need to take a lot of heavy consideration before I actually purchase the actual Destiny Spec 2 kit. You have to hand paint it. Well, I spray painted it with my airbrush. Absolutely, according to the previous stream, unlikely. Yeah. Speaking of G-Wish, the Zolvar can almost put off a perfect Neo. Shane that the upper leg armor blocks that. Also, a great design for the armor core designer. Yeah, the pale designs definitely look good as well. Lightning Buster and Dual Blitz. Yeah, probably gonna be reviewing those too. If only I can get those on release. Infinity Justice Type 2 just doubles the beams. Yeah, hopefully I can get that on release as well. Alright, Full Armor Thunderbolt color scheme is so good. Don't know if it's a good... Yeah, it's definitely a good idea to paint that in a color scheme. Oh god. I'm gonna be skipping quite a bit. Full Armor Thunderbolt color scheme looks good too. The first is from the Dynamis Curious Virtue Designer. No. The first is from JNT Head. If you're talking about the Lefirth Ore and Lefirth Thorn is designed by Yanase, then yes, he is the 00 Age designer. Anything from the Dawn of Fold is by Yanase. So that's why it looks very similar to 00. Which is why I hate them. Not necessarily visceral hatred, but that's why I don't necessarily like them more than the original designs. Like the Gundam Ariel, Gundam Lefirth, Gundam Farat, like Wataru Inata with his armored core design language, and JNT Head with his really weird but oddly charming design language. Which is why I don't like the Ariel rebuild, because it looks much too like a Gundam. Much too like a Gundam that we know of, the 00. I think Bale has few accessories included. The designer of Bale feels kind of good with me. Well, Bale has guns and swords, and the AV system, so... Makes sense in lore, but it's not a machine that everybody can use. Do you get the P-Bandai High Mobility Zaku Ekba? Too many decals? No, I haven't. It's Renji in the sub, but I don't know for the dub. They recently updated the official site with they officially updated the site with English names for all of the Uruzuhan characters, and it's Renzi. The official English name is Renzi. So yeah, the wiki has that updated. Well, I sparked it, but the wiki has all the names updated, so you can pop to the wiki and take a look. And the face and head design of the Lefirth Thorn reminds me of Aegis Gundam. Is the Aegis the original Aegis designed by Yanase as well? I don't think so. I think it's designed by Okawara, I think. But the Aegis Knight, on the other hand, that was designed by Yanase. So that's probably why. Just read the damn instructions, man. Season 2 Barbatos. RN feels like resembles Barbatos too much. Kicked out the sword design, not in stock Barbatos' head on it. I won't say that. Calamity War movie would be nice, like Code Geass, but then again, it would ruin the mystery of Iron-Blooded Orphans. Like, I'd rather they keep the Calamity War mysterious and only show us a glimpse of it instead of actually a full-blown movie. Because not only would they have to design the rest of the Gundam frames, they would have to also design the rest of the mobile armors as well. And as I said, there are at least 72 of them, and that's not even accounting for all of them, because Hashmal is not part of the 72. And if you played the game, Ananel is not part of the 72 Angels. And that's also discounted whether or not they count the Alpha and Beta variants canon, but there are Alpha and Beta variants. So imagine hundreds of these things running around, and you'll have to design all of them plus their variants, and you have all the Gundam frames plus their different equipment. So that's a lot of designing and probably would never happen. Plus, yeah, like I said, it would ruin the mystery of Iron-Blooded Orphans. So no, keep that away. I would rather see glimpses of it than a full-blown movie. That's me though. Thinking you could masquerade extreme, and the answer got GPO1. He's perfect because the GPO1 has an extreme point of customization. The full burner and parts will become the main selling points. Hopefully so. Like, hopefully they would actually do a masquerade extreme of like that's not me speaking, but hopefully if they do actually do a excuse me, if they do a masquerade extreme of the GPO1. Hopefully it will be just be mini perfect grade, where you'll have both the Zephyranthes and the full burner, and you can just switch between the two. And then for P-Bandai, you'll have the actual dock, like a diorama display dock for the full changing display. That would be quite a banger, if I'm honest. Like, everybody has been screaming for more GP series recently, and we got the not GP series in the form of the Engage Gundam Engage Zero. Bandai is definitely going to release more variants of those. But the actual GP series that people came to know, completely neglected in the recent years. Like, as far as I remember, the last thing that they released in gunpla form of the actual GP series is the real grades. Am I right or am I wrong? Yeah, feel free to correct me in chat. I'm not that in tune. Oops. Gundam IPO is named after Demon, while Gundam 00 is named after Angels. Would be a good juxtaposition to fight against them. No wonder I biased to the far right. He reminds me of Opera's Lupus. See, fans suck on Freedom Gundam. They suck on Freedom Gundam and Kira Yamato. 72 Gundams are as Model Hunter. Yeah. Sorry I'm late. No Rory Admiral. I'm late to your comment. That's what I'm late for. PG reduced scale. One of the few flaws of character. He's not human, writing wise. I mean, Kira had personality flaws. But the reason that I hate, like, Kira has genuine personality flaws in the beginning of what? Of Seed Proper and Seed Freedom. But the reason that we hate him is because his personality flaws often just goes uncriticized. Because anybody with a god complex in real life would get criticized to hell until they get themselves some help. Like main character syndrome and a god complex, just because you're quote unquote the good guys, so you're righteous no matter what. That's why we hate him and the rest of the crew of the Archangel. Just because they're the good guys, just because Kira has a god complex, they still stand by him because they stand by his ideals. And finally, that has been challenged in Seed Freedom. And I won't spoil it anymore. Which fans do that meal? Oh, for fuck's sake. Thanks. Everybody is just seeing G-Witch for the identity, not for the writing. And that's what I hate about modern media. Like, all that matters is the identity that is in it. Like, all that matters is who is in it, not about how they perform it or how their characters are written. They wanted to be handed everything on a silver platter just because of their identity, just because they're in a minoritized group. And even worse is they continue to attack the fans. Like, that's in modern media in general. I've seen enough shit about Doctor Who to know what the hell is going on. Like, that's the whole thing about modern media ever since like 2016. And people liking G-Witch just because they had like a lesbian couple in it. Come on, how shallow could human beings be? Yeah, the Custos drama is really turned off for everyone. Absolutely not human. He's Jesus, lol. Even Jesus has a human side, you know. Monster themes of vicious and fierce. Dragonator's right here instead. Only criticism I have of G-Witch is bad at skipping on some of the high grades. A lot of them has lesser articulation than the previous high grades, and some don't even have waist swivels. My criticism for the G-Witch kits are the colors, the color inaccuracies. My God, over half of the kits are color inaccurate, and I'm really, like, I really want to deny this, but I'm hoping that the Demi Garrison is fully color accurate, because damn, I don't want to paint another kit when they don't need to be painted. Like, come on, just let the Demi Garrison be the one kit that saves my soul. Any advice for airbrushing with lacquer? 1 to 1.5, you'll be fine. Like 1 to 1.5 thinner, paint to thinner, and then make sure you mix it well in the airbrush, and then you'll be fine. And of course, if you want a better result, prime the part first. That's gonna be a very key advice I give to everybody, especially when you're painting red paints, because like if you get yourself like a bottle of pink primer, and anything you paint along the red or yellow spectrum will pop even more. So yeah, prime the part first for an ideal result. Have your mix at 1 to 1.5 paint to thinner, and you'll be fine with the airbrush. Just depends on whether your battery powered compressor has any power or not. Hello Exia. Honestly, Arthur Anzala would have made a protagonist, and I think about it. Like one of the things about the most popular, quote unquote, most popular Gundam series is that the side characters would make better protagonists. It's quite funny to think about, isn't it? My least favorite Gundam series is Gundam Build Divers, blank, because the arrow's in my way. That show was so awful I don't even want to watch it again. Riku is the worst protagonist I ever watched in Gundam. He's not hateable. Like, at least I really want a hateable protagonist, if nothing else. Because if your protagonist doesn't invoke any feelings in you, why are we still there for him? The only thing that powers him is the power of friendship and plot armor. That's what Riku is. Thankfully, his Re-Rise persona is much more mature, much better, so I'll give them a pass on that one. But Build Divers proper? No, he's just a blank slate that remains to be a blank slate throughout. And don't even get me started about the animation and the gunpla battles in Build Divers. They don't even hold a candle to Build Fighters. Speaking of Akatsuki, I hope they don't reuse the old strike frame. Okay, so I talked about this in my last stream, and what they will most likely do if they do reuse the strike frame is do what they did with the Freedom Gundam version GCP. So they've applied some custom frame parts onto the old frame, and my brother's playing Counter-Strike 2, and improved the structural rigidity of it. That isn't foolproof, no doubt, but it's a massive improvement over the original Freedom frame, as you will have seen in my Cheese vs. Cheese video. So if they didn't decide to completely redo, where the hell is the frame? If they didn't decide to completely redo the frame for the Akatsuki, at least they should apply what they have learned from the Real Grade Freedom Gundam GCP and apply that to the Akatsuki. Because the only major detriment of the Real Grade Freedom Gundam GCP is the reused hips. Like the reused arm, like actual reused elbows and knees, I have no problem with. The only real issue about that kit is the reused hips, which doesn't handle the weight perfectly, and there goes my light. So, and while they did try to rectify that issue by implementing the kickstands of the actual statue, it's still not a completely foolproof design. So if only they can address the central connections. If they address the central connections of the frame, then I believe reusing the strike frame would not be that big of an issue. That's just my take on the matter, honestly. So yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I have no problems with them reusing the strike frame for the Akatsuki if they actually did what they did for the Real Grade Freedom Gundam GCP. Speaking of Akatsuki, 100% agree with you. Saturday Story, Destiny, yeah. You're right, the latest GPO1 releases are the real grades. I have it. Oh my god, that's 10 years ago at this point. At least 10 years, isn't it? I've been here so long, I can't even keep track of time. Blah blah blah. Barbarous Lupus, Italian Diabetes, Astaroth, IDS. Silver Gear fans, Warthorn Knight, which is designed by Takayuki Yanase. The aesthetics are so tight, you can do a custom Aegis Knight to look like a Gundam. Yeah, Takayuki Yanase. Ever created a fan character in Gundam? No, I haven't. I'm not that good in character writing. But I do know what makes a good character. Buy high grade... You know what, Revan? I guess you haven't been here that long because I have this thing. I had this when, like, July 2019. So, yes, I did get the Heine Western Plus Custom Destiny. What do you know? Kira's character development is quite subtle, to be honest. His dream to strike on is quite burdened by the duty to protect the Archangel, but freedom is trying to restrain itself. Oh, for God's sake. And then his god complex got to his head. And everybody's praising him about it, even though he's doing everything wrong. I like how one variant of the Barbatos is named after a disease. Well, it's Latin for wolf, so it depends on, like... It depends on what the origins for the name of the disease came from, because lupus is Latin for wolf. Don't know why the autoimmune disease is named after a wolf, but hey... You never know in the medical space. Gundam Barbatos Usurus Regina? Yeah. Yes, that's what I said, Jim! That's what I said! Barbatos... No wonder. Imagine they do a magic grade Physalis and it's just stolen this... Oh my god. Bandai taking all the credit, just like that. Even has the general chest design to make it look like Shoei. Oh my god. Freedom Gundam is just the Double X again. The Double X has a massive weakness, and that being it needs to rely on the moon. Of course, in space it doesn't matter, but on Earth, the Double X cannot fire a satellite cannons if the moon isn't out. Like, that's the one thing I really like about the X Gundams is that they have a very notable weakness. Well, of course, you can say that the Gundam X model doesn't. I should hate the X model because it doesn't have that weakness. Well, it's still prone to overloading, even though it uses a solar system instead of a microwave system. I still find it ridiculous that people are screaming, "Oh my god, the moon is out! You're in motherfucking space, come on!" Like, people screaming the moon is out when they're in space, like, imagine their reactions when they get to Jupiter or Saturn. Those have tens of moons. I agree with you, MJ. Yeah, I'm sorry for that rant. Freedom is F91 mixed with Double X. Again, the weakness thing. Remember reading about the original plan for seed endings that everybody dies except Atheron. I think he ends up losing his legs. Don't know if that's true. Totally unseed like. I really wish Seed were darker instead of that triumphant return. Come on. Oh, that polycap is in front of me. Remember... Zakaria is the only one with high mobility Zaku, Egba, and doesn't even apply any decals. I can't decide if it's good. Would you get one to preview? Which one is it? I believe it's definitely a P-Bandai variant. What color is it? Keep calm. I like the Sulemio ship. I wish the character writing was better. That's not... fine, to each their own, but that's not my point. Like, people liking the series because of the ship is my problem. People liking the series for how it develops the ship, how it wrote the characters, that's another thing. That's a reasonable thing to like the series on. But just for liking the series because of whatever identity is put into it instead of what it actually brings to the table, that's my problem with modern media. Unfortunately, good representation are really scarce for those people. They're very protective about whatever they can get, even if they have to ignore genuine criticism and falsely call homophobia. That's the thing. Like, they've been given every opportunity under the sun to be put out there, and all they need to do is to portray them well. Like, isn't it ironic where you give representation to a show only to represent them in the worst way possible? Seriously, the irony in that, in the whole phenomenon. Like, I have nothing against marginalized people getting equal opportunities, But then again, you need to make good use of those opportunities. Come on. I really don't want this stream to get over political, so I'm ending it there. Don't know why people are so mad about LGBT and Gundam. I'm a straight hot-blooded, iron-blooded orphans man, and I think Yuri is hot, to be honest. That's not my problem, first name, last name. Like I repeatedly said, it's not the identity that's the problem. It's how they're executed. Like people take like any criticism regarding anything with representation out of context just to scream homophobia or racism or whatever. Come off it. The main Zaku from Thunderbolt? What brand do you use for primer? I usually use Mr. Surfacer. And I actually have a... Here it is. Mr. Finishing Pink Surfacer. So this is the primer I usually use, but of course there are more budget-friendly alternatives in the UK. Because Mr. Hobby Primer apparently goes out of stock very, very easily in the UK. Especially the airbrush variants. I really don't want to use aerosols while I'm still in my room, so... I really want to go for the sprayable variants, but they seem to always go out of stock. But hey, that's what I use. Me too in gamer rates? Batteries are... Oh my god. Gundam Delta Kai in real grade? Oh, good luck with that. I'm gonna go ship Nika and Sabina. I don't know why that ship even exists. Blah blah. Kai would appreciate if you stream politics free, if only preferences please. Yeah. Please don't get me started. Double season 1, don't like season 2, feels like a fanfic. Funny how the movie tried to fix season 2. I like Double season 1 and season 2. Don't judge. Cuckoo's Stone's Island movie. Oh, wait. Oh, you're talking about high grade? The Southern Cross. I see. Well, Gundam politics are fine, I believe. Don't really care who got to ship with who, as long as it floats my boat. That's the thing. Execution. That's the... Last time I'm mentioning it. Execution is all that matters, not the identity. Haven't watched Stardust Memory yet. Oh my... Stardust Memory is a bit blank, to be honest. Like, I can barely remember a single thing out of it, apart from, Solomon, I hath returned. I don't know, it feels like white rice to me. Anyone's getting back to building, pretend I'm talking. That's the joke, Heine's version is the best. I don't think so, I don't like the highlighter orange. I believe they should have used like a more subdued orange, but that's just me. What is it? G-Wish had the emotion but lacked sense and execution. IBO did it better with Yamaki and Shino, even though they kind of retcon the realization in Uruzu Hunt, because yeah, I know they're in a gay relationship, but Shino only realized that Yamagi had feelings for him in season 2, and they were really PDAing in Uruzu Hunt. I don't know how to write that in. Like, how could you be so dense? Like, you have somebody huddled up to you, and it's not that I have a problem with it, but it's just that how could you be so dense to not realize that someone huddled up to you in a semi-romantic fashion doesn't have feelings for you? Come on, Shino. Oh no, Heine Destiny is in a ziplock, just like how, like... That's not the intent, absolute, but... Hey, I'll let you run with your joke, man. I'll let you run with it. I had the volume down, but you woke up my dad. Oh my god. I'm sorry. But why are you watching on speaker in the first place? It's named Lupus because the symptoms are facial lesions that look like wolf bites. Ah. So there's actual visible symptoms of lupus. I see. But like House said, it's never lupus. You've just been scratched by a cat. It's never lupus. Okay, Under the Moon, I did tackle the moon by removing the satellite cannon, even though the relay station is the only one available. Oh yeah, I've heard of that. I have yet to read the Gundam X mangas. Probably my manga source has the full thing. I don't know. Hopefully. I really need to read more Gundam manga. I think Gundam X manga will fix that particular flaw of the GX unit. Yeah, that's my thing. It fixed a particular flaw but introduced another flaw. It's prone to overloading. Absolutely on the Gunpla universe on the X divider is 1. Under the Moonlight, satellite cannon was removed. Yeah. Too many variants. The one I'm talking about is the P-Bandai hot. Oh yeah. Yeah. Keep calm. I got it. The Southern Cross. I might pick up one of the however many variants there are of the Southern Cross. But has Zaku mentioned whether or not the decals are decals or water decals? Because if it's decals and they have to paste over such a large surface, they're bound to not work. However, if they're water decals, that's another story. You have a large sheet prone to breaking, but if you manage it well, then you'll have a good looker. Gato! Gato! Where do you use paint primer? Whenever I need to paint red paints. So, paint primer, usually I would use it with, when I need to paint anything like that's not red into a red. So imagine if I have to paint the white pieces here red. It will not look as vibrant if you just paint it on, as opposed to if you primed it and painted on. So paint primer, very useful for if you want a very vibrant shade of red or anything on the red color spectrum. Any warm colors, to be honest, you can just use paint primer and just get away with it. Stardust Memories is Top Gun with Mecha. I need to watch it again. Honestly, War in the Park really have good build-up story for 6 episodes. It's impressive how good writing was back in the day, isn't it? I understand that the High version has a higher output for all the effects to be orange, but I still can't like that one color on the Destiny. Do you mean the pink or the orange? I think about buying this guy, but with the potential of a regular release alongside the anime and the £36 price tag, I'm not sure. Wait, Forklift, you're from around here? You're from around the UK? But no, I definitely cannot justify paying £36 for one of these. Absolutely not. Why are you watching with speaker? Yep, UK boy. Nice, Forklift. Finally found another friend, eh? Yeah. To be fair, Shino is dense, like Kai Shiden levels of dense. It's not me questioning the character, it's me questioning human nature. So, don't take that the wrong way. It's probably just part of his character. That someone huddled up to him is showing romantic intent with him not realizing. So, possibly not a retcon? I don't know. It's PDA to the max and he still doesn't recognize it, so... that's on him. Not on the writing, that's on him. That's why SRW is the best. Yeah. The regular Hajinoboshi is a solid kid. Yeah, I absolutely agree. There was also Bright slapping Shinji, so that's peak cinema. Another Bright slap. Oh, Yaji ni mo butaretsu koto nai noni! Classic. I laughed out loud when I saw that scene. Because it was such a meme for me without actually seeing the scene. And it's... I don't know, it's so surreal watching these classic Gundam memes play out on screen organically. Oh, Yaji ni mo butaretsu koto nai noni! very, very laughable. Would you pick up the P-Bandai extra weapons for the real? I'm probably not. I'm not sure what to think about the extra weapons. I got the wrong runner again. Genuinely, I don't know what to think about the extra weapons for the Granddaddy Gundam. Like, personally, I think the original loadout is perfectly sufficient. But if it goes on US P-Bandai for a reasonable price and not sold out, maybe I would consider. But for now, I have no plans to pick up the extra weapon set. Because I hate for it to be another like case of the Real Great God Gundam weapon set where it's just underwhelming and rehashes of stuff. The Gundam Hammer, at least I know it's new. The Beam Saber effects, maybe? Not. What else is there? The Beam Javelin? I wasn't really paying attention to it because it's a weapon set, but... yeah, like I said, if it has a reasonable price on US P-Bandai, then maybe. If you don't get the context, don't worry. I'm getting my premium Bandai kits through the US P-Bandai store, asking my US friend to ship it over to me. So if that works, if they charge a reasonable amount just for the weapons, sure, I might as well go ahead, pick them up. My aunt used to work as a nurse in London. Ah, that's nice. I know some places sell Bandai stuff if you're interested. Like where? I know Gunpla-san sells some. Like Gunpla-san, and that's basically the only place I know that sells P-Bandai in the UK. My knowledge is not that good. Johnny Raiden is better than Char. No comment. I haven't seen Johnny Raiden at all. I mean, just the orange on the Destiny High version. I don't really like the Destiny color being in all orange. Just get the standard one or the Spec 2 then. Like currently my favorite colors for the Destiny is the Spec 2. And because of that, I used to think that London is a country. Absolute. Depends on you if you're talking about London, UK, or London, Canada. That's all they do. They stole our names. They stole the UK names and put it into the... like, there's a Birmingham in Alabama. Like, come on. Albeit this toxicity is still the same. It's still the same no matter which Birmingham you're in, but still. And it's probably Columbus's fault. Or well, G was without Super Asia. Then again, that's his preferred color. The manual says correctly the Destiny was almost... yeah, the Destiny was supposed to be either a small team of aces or an army builder suit. So you'll have a rainbow spectrum of Destiny Gundams. And I didn't cut out the other thruster. Great. I love how bright slaps Hathaway and Amuro's face screams first time. Yeah, Amuro had it twice, so good. No, I don't think the RX-78-2 will get a Massacre Rate 4.0. It's just unnecessary at that point. Ooh, very smart. Is that... did I call it? The Gunpla-san I know sells some P-Bandai stuff. Honestly, Super Asia has to be the silliest, most menacing name ever. Does that imply the existence of Super America or Super Europe? Depends on if anybody... depends on if somebody, I don't know, has... Wait, does America or Europe have any local martial arts? If somebody claims to be the master of that, then they might claim themselves to be Super America or Super Europe. If not, then you're SOL. Democratic Gundam? Oh, no, we're not going back there. But well, if you want to talk about that, just look up the Neo America Gundams that existed throughout the G Gundam franchise. You're gonna find yourself with some absolutely ridiculous and overly stereotypical designs that you've ever seen for Americans. Because they're just so hilarious, man. Just messages upon messages. I'm streaming, mates. Keep it down, please. C1. Okay. On the Gundam front things, how many times has Australia been deleted? I only know of the Xeon colony drop, and how Australia doesn't even exist. Like literally doesn't exist in Iron Blooded Orphans. I don't think. Like I think a chunk of Australia has been wiped out by the mobile armors in Iron Blooded Orphans, but feel free to correct me on that one. I'm not that much of a history nerd on any Gundam series ever. Delta H Limited. Wait, I was looking up Delta H Limited. I don't know. I might think about picking up some stuff from them if they do have some rare stuff for a reasonable price, of course. Which one is the best high grade Iron Blooded Orphans kit in your opinion? Wow. Hard question. But it's either the Flauros or the Hajiroboshi. As far as I'm concerned. Right now. Because there are so many of them, I couldn't really think of all. Oh, shut up. I couldn't think of all of them, like off the top of my head. I need to look up a catalog, and as you can see, I'm quite busy. So, off the top of my head, is either the Hajiroboshi or the Flauros. Of course, depending on the luck of what you have with your polycaps. Blah, blah, blah. Destiny Impulse has a nice coloration. Yes, but that's not a Destiny Gundam. But yeah, I will agree that the Destiny Impulse does have some good colors. Like, if you consider what is it? The Destiny and the Destiny R, Destiny Impulse and Destiny Impulse R, they both share the same color scheme, and then you get the Blanc Destiny Impulse, and then you also have like the one like variant from Amazing Ready that Greco Logan piloted, the DI whatever that's called, like the drone variant of the Destiny Impulse R, customized with the Gaia silhouette. Isn't the Origin Arc-78 basically a 4.0? Might be colloquially named the 4.0, but I wouldn't say that it's officially the 4.0. That's funny. We built the legs first before the feet. Wow. Or is that the case in all Gundam frames and I just forgot? I might just be losing my mind there. Origin Arc-78 is technically its own lineup rather than 4.0. Yeah. America does have wrestling and Europe does have boxing. Why is America the boxer then? If boxing originated from Europe? But yeah, if you're talking about master of wrestling, then you get Super America. There you go. If only G Gundam leans into more wrestling. I don't know why Americans have been stereotyped with boxing. I understand football and surfing. Americans like to be flamboyant after all, but why boxing? Come on, man. Everyone come on, first name, last name. Still waiting for the Freedom Gundam Freedom. Kit bash between Freedom and... Oh! Took me a while to get that joke. Yeah, so mixing the Gundam Freedom from G Gundam and the Freedom Gundam from Seed, you get the Freedom Gundam Freedom. Wow. And you try to mix it with the Freedom from G Savior, and then you'll get the Freedom Gundam Freedom. Let's see how many freedoms we can jam pack into a single Gundam name. I've come back from the milk. Welcome, Night Night. It's been a while since I've seen you on stream. I wonder if the insects survived the colony drop in UC and mobile armors and IBO. I don't know. Cockroaches are bound to outlive us humans in the inevitable nuclear war. My high-grade build will be Freedom Strike Gundam, a Freedom Striker pack. That's what people thought the Strike Freedom should have been. And then now it's like, okay, we'll give you that, a Freedom Gundam with the Striker pack system. And then the Mighty Strike Freedom came into play, and then it's like, oh, no. That's like sticking a finger to what the name implied and giving us one of the most powerful units ever. Hopefully I still get the kit though, because I'm so pissed off that I still don't have the Gown Strong. Even though I'm not looking forward to repainting the thing, but still, come on. HLJ, your stock has to be larger than that. They really should make like a content creator partner program, and actually reserve like a copy of the kits that they can like recognize the emails that are tied to a content creator. Like I use my YouTube email to register into Happening Japan, so naturally if my partner program idea came into play, then they'll recognize that that's me and reserve a kit for me. They should do that for something like a threshold of like 15 or 20,000 subscribers, instead of giving preferential treatment to you know who, our favorite Irish mechanical skeleton. What P-Bandai high grade kit is worth to buy? Phantom Gundam. As far as I can tell. Like, I've reviewed so many of the damn things. Oh yeah, Gundam Rose. Definitely another one of those. Gundam Rose, Phantom Gundam. I wouldn't recommend the riders unless you can tolerate the stickers. There's so many on the docket, I don't even know. Le Frith Jew definitely is one of them. Le Frith Jew, I'd strongly recommended that. And I've seen some comments about the Anavata, like how people don't like it being a mix of Epic Yobu and JNT Head. Personally, I like it, but well, to each their own. Oh yeah, Jim Spartan! The Jim Spartan is one I would absolutely recommend as well. The Lord Astray, yeah, the Lord Astray as well, but don't go for it for like an exorbitant price because it's not the best high grade in the world. Bandai, if they want to continue the C train, they might as well release the Lord Astray Z, because that's literally the Lord Astray Omega with the Freedom's beam rifle, which is also called Lupus, unfortunately. Spread the disease! Spread Angel's Call! Dissolve everybody! Yeah, I was reading up on Crossbone like recently, just because I need to do research for Ghost. And I got to the section where they're talking about this disease from the Saturn sphere called Angel's Call. And it's like, wow, one of the scariest diseases ever. It's like from outer space, it's impossible to create a vaccine for it, and it'll dissolve everybody that came into contact with it within 1 minute. So, yeah, if you come into contact with Angel Call, you're SOL. It's the Extreme Gundam from Gundam Extreme Versus, a video game. What was Red Axis asking about that pertained to Extreme? Red Axis, can I call me a fake Gundam fan, but what the fuck is Gundam Exa? Just found out the high grade recently. Yeah, Gundam Exa is the manga where the Extreme Gundam came from. Basically, it's a dimension hopping series where Leo's alloy is trying to stop X from destroying the world. That's as far as I know. I haven't read Exa proper. I've read Exa Versus, and it's kind of a similar plot. Obviously, I didn't understand Japanese at the time, so it might be worth popping the manga back out of my boxes just to read it through, now that I can actually read Japanese. So Gundam Exa Versus and Extreme are dimension hopping stories, which are pretty good, to be honest. Like, the whole idea is intriguing. I can't wait to see how they actually execute on that. But I mostly see it for the character interactions between different characters. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, one of the small communities of Extreme Versus actually delve into, like, character interactions. So, yeah. But yes, I do still intend to review my Robot Damashi Extreme Gundam at some point. What if the Astray gets 2.0, but with basic Astray instead of the upgraded version? That would be a ball ache, wouldn't it? Do you prefer this Hajira Boshi or the previous one? I definitely prefer this one so far. But I'll have to get a more in-depth look to see which one I prefer. Well, content-wise, this one, absolutely, because it has 1 and 2. Is there any you've built that you didn't review yet? Oh my god, a whole folder of them. Like, I'm gonna let you in on a teaser. I have both the Reborns and Reversible. I still have to review them. And I have a Goon that I showed regularly on my streams that I still have yet to review and paint. And I'm not gonna let you in too much, but I have a whole crap ton of kits that I still haven't filmed yet. Of course, the slate is still going. The slate, it goes on to August now, which is crazy to say the least. But there's still a lot for me to review because I splurged a bit. But let's not talk about that. I'm going to be earning it all back in due time. So yeah, built the Amazing Red Warrior last night. On one end, nub hell. On the other end, I love how insanely plamo Kyoshiro it is. And it's the closest we ever had to a heavy arms and built fighters. Yeah, the Red Warrior mold is terrible in terms of nub marks because every single piece has one large nub. Imagine how it was for me with the Lightning Black Warrior. But in the end, you're getting a pretty good kit with the only flaw being the loose backpack arms. That's it. The Kit Bash of Freedom is ironically the most American Gundam we may ever see. Just guns all over with the American flag stabbed to them. One of it's legal to possess your opponents based on how someone brought Pazuzu to the Gundam fight. Pazuzu is a demon, isn't it? Oh no, potato. A Rizal Type N Defensor G unit is basically a funnel Rizal with NTD system for the Banshee? I don't know. I'm not that into Universal Century. You know, I just realized the Mighty Shark Freedom has the original Freedoms in white. No, they are not. They are not the original Freedom Wings. So yeah, I love this gunpla despite having designed the hell out of it. I also recommend Dead Scythe Hell, but that's not much. Yeah, the Dead Scythe Hell, the only real detriment of the Dead Scythe Hell is... Okay. The only real detriment of the Dead Scythe Hell is the seam line on the forearms and legs. Those things look absolutely ridiculous. The stickers, up for debate. But the high-grade Death Scythe Hell, I definitely recommend that as well. Funny, because the Triage Magnum is basically Decade as a Gundam. They even gave it the cape from Complete 21. The reference is completely lost on me, I'm sorry. I wonder what would the Gundam Phoenix of IBO would look like. I don't think we'll ever see it. Like, I don't think I've ever gotten any feedback for it on stream, but would anybody like to hear my final theory of what the final 7 stars Gundam frame would be? If not, that's fine. But I might have a very solid theory of what the Baklazan Gundam frame would be, based on what we know now. But if you don't want to hear it, then wait for the video. If you do want to hear it, then sound off in chat. No, Vanna, those videos are outdated. Those videos are terribly outdated. Don't check them out. That's the whole reason I'm asking whether or not you guys want to hear the my updated theory for what the Baklazan family Gundam frame would be. We would like to hear it. Okay, so here's how it goes. Every demon has 1 or 2 ranks, and especially taking into account that the double ranks are a thing, we can narrow it down. So imagine the Gundam frame chamber. You have 8 Gundam frames in there, including the Bale. So you have Bale, who is a king, and I'm actually going to type it out because I can't remember jack shit about what I talk about. Okay, so notepad, here we go. Okay, so we have King Bale, and then who's next? Farid. Farid, we have Duke / Earl Murmur, and then we have Duke Zepar for the unfortunate Kujans, Duke Zepar, and Marquis Gamajin, Marquis Kimaris, and who am I missing? We still have 2 stars I'm not talking about. President Hagenti and King / President King / President Zagan. So let me actually keep count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So okay, 7 Gundam frames there. So my theory is that we have 2 kings being Baal and Zagan. We have 2 dukes being Murmur and Zepar. We have 2 Marquis, Gamajin and Chimaris, and we have 2 presidents in the form of Hagenti and Zagan. And what do we only have 1 of? An Earl. So the last demon, if you want to round out, because fuck the kings and because screw the princess and screw Furcast because he's the only knight. The only thing that we need to round out the 2 of each rank thing is an Earl with a single rank. So if you take a look at the what is it? If you take a look at the Ars Goetia, which I still have open, funnily enough, piss off that block. So if we take a look at the Ars Goetia, you can find quite a lot of Earls. You have Botis, which is a president and an Earl. You have Morax, which is an Earl and a president. You have Epos, who is an Earl and a prince. You have Glacia Labalas, which is a president and an Earl. You have Ronove, which is a Marquis and an Earl. You have Furfur, which is just an Earl. You have Halfas, which is also just an Earl. You have Rome, which is just an Earl. You have Vine, which is a king and an Earl. Bifrons, which is just an Earl. Murmur, we talked about him, and nobody. And then Andromalius, who's just an Earl. So if we do not want to disrupt the 2 of every rank setting we got, we have to look at the single ranked Earls. So all we have is, first of all, Andromalius, and Andromalius, Bifrons, Rom, Halfas, and Furfur. So we only have 5 Gundam frames to choose from, so choose your pick. Personally, I would think Malphas because he's a bird, because of the emblem. But hey, whether or not you guys buy into it, whether or not it's going to be true, whether or not Bandai is going to throw another wrench in the mix, who knows? Because my theories have been continuously denied over the course of IBOG's lifespan. But I think we might have a pretty solid theory going forward here. Can you review the GN 2000 RK with tributes to the late Kenji Fujiwara? No, because I haven't reviewed the RK at all. So I am dying to get my hands on an RK Gundam. I am dying to review one of those. So no, I cannot do a review because it doesn't exist. So in essence, yes, if I can get my hands on an RK Gundam, I will review it. And basically put my work into it. It needs it. Seriously, it needs it. Let me actually put the feet together before catching up with chat, because I've been talking for yapping on for quite a long time. And yep, immediately got it wrong, of course. Distracted. I'm guessing Bureau for the presidents. No, we have 2 presidents, Potato. We already have President what is it? President Hagenti and President Zagan. So we have 2 presidents. We do not want to disrupt that. Watch the painful review of Reborn review. What do you mean? If you're talking about my older videos, I do not recommend going to that. I also realized the Gundam pilots from IBO are similar to the Ars Goetia demon description. How is Mikazuki similar to Barbatos? Like, Barbatos reconciles friends, talks to animals, and tells people where the treasures are. If anything, the Genshin iterations are more accurate to the Ars Goetia than the IBO pilots. Call me crazy. What is your opinion on the real grade Trans Am clear kits? Best looking into clear kits in my opinion, Trans Am mode is made for this. If I am completely honest, those types of canonical clear kits are best used for a dioramic display. So if you want to go for a Trans Am clear just to depict the after images of the actual Trans Am units, Sure, might as well go ahead. Personally, I don't feel a need to collect them as a standalone release because they don't technically exist, and I do not like clear kits. But they have their uses. I cannot deny that. Like the MEPE clear Master Grade F91, while I do not like it, it has its use. So depends on the type of display you are going for. Andromalius, oh, I listed it because he's a single Earl, but Andromalius might not be built, might have been built. I don't know, because because some things can be lost in translation, and I believe the existence of the Gundam Andromalius definitely is lost in translation. So, who knows? Maybe maybe somehow, well, the Warrens didn't achieve enough to be in the 7 stars, despite them being achieved to be notable in Gjallarhorn. And as you guys know, the Warrens pilot Dantalion, the 71st Gundam frame. So if somehow Andromalius pulls through as a single Earl for the Backlazans, hey, why not? Just break canon completely. It was, though its current fate was unknown. Yeah, like I said, Simon, it's Jim, it's lost in translation. Knight, I wouldn't be so concrete now that I know now, but hey, whether it exists or doesn't exist, dubious. We don't even know the full list of the 26 Gundam frames that are known to have survived. Of course, we can chalk up 8, and then the Barbatos and the Guzjian, I believe, and then we can chalk up the the 3 Gundam frames from Gecko, 4 Gundam frames. I do not know if the Gundam Sierra counts, but the Astaroth, the Gremory, and the Dantalion have been logged in Gjallarhorn's official database because, well, they still belong to Gjallarhorn. So the Gremory, the Astaroth, and the Dantalion are definitely parts of those 26 Gundam frames. We don't even know the full list, so who knows? Officially, yes. But, as we all know, there have been outliers, like the Gundam Marcosius, the Gundam Aspidate, and the Gundam Flauros. So, officially, in the post-disaster timeline, in Gjallarhorn's databases, yes, only 26 of the Gundam frames survived. But, like I said, we have outliers. And I forgot a sticker. Where is the sticker sheet? Oh, it's in here. I forgot. Is the Vidar a new or old frame? You mean in terms of a kit or in terms of lore? Because in lore, it was developed from the XK into the Vidar, which is also using the Gundam Chimaris' frame. So the Gundam Vidar is basically just the Gundam Chimaris, but with a 3rd reactor to disguise itself as a completely different mobile suit. And the whole XK backstory actually told us why it was called the Gundam Vidar. Because apparently Vidar, the god of revenge, yeah, there's that symbolism. But the God of Revenge actually is the one who killed Fenrir. So, not only does that confirm that the animal on the Farid's family emblem is actually Fenrir the wolf, but Gaidio actually chose Vidar because he wants to take down McGillis, who's part of the Farid family, whose symbol is the wolf. So, there you go. It's like coming full circle in terms of all of these things. Yeah, only 26. Remind me, Hachiroboshi Marcosius isn't one of those. Yeah, Silhouettes of Sierra. Yeah, Marcosius is not one of the 26. It's been explicitly mentioned. No, first name, last name. They didn't even round off Ibio Gecko. Like, all they did was resolve the whole Warren marriage thing, and only just introduce Veal Clausen, who is suspected to be involved in the Avalanche 4 incident, or whatever the incident of the destruction of the launch was called. It never rounded off any plot points. Like, what? RG Mirage is still trying to get revenge for his family. Volko Warren is still not finished in restoring the Astaroth. And any other character motivations, like, Jizzle Jizen's dead. And, what? Deira Nadira has her plot basically resolved. I don't know whether or not she will pop back up again. And that's a very good, like, lesbian relationship. Like, Deira Nadira and Mina Zaunfurt. And yeah, on that note, I believe the Zaunfurt's plotline has also been completely resolved. So the side plots have been resolved, but the main plot hasn't. And they still refuse to continue it, so what's the deal? Was Gekko confirmed to be cancelled or ended early? I think it ended its run and never got a sequel. Where do you buy gunpla? I just said Oni. I buy my P-Bandai kits from the US P-Bandai store, and then I got my US friend to ship them to me. So I basically have a middleman to handle the P-Bandai kits for me, while I either pay them back or pay P-Bandai directly, because I now have a US P-Bandai account. I didn't realize the Farid crest was meant to be Fenrir. Well, the XK plotline more than confirms it, so yeah, I was shocked they decided to confirm that. Blah blah was friend in the US, yeah, Pacer, yeah, that's what. Wonder if we'll see Jormungand too. Jormungand is either the Falks or the Elions. I believe the popular consensus was that Jormungand was the Elions family crest. But serpents, dragons, snakes, they're all the same thing in English language, so it's either Jormungand or Nidhogg. Yeah, Jizen, yeah. Deira Nadira in Crossrace is Ganyu. Yes, and I don't know if I've told you guys this, but the reason I'm impersonating characters is because, well, autism, ADHD, but also I really wanted to become a voice actor, and the thing that scares me is the range of what people expect of you. Because if you guys know, like, yeah, Deira Nadira's voice actress is shared by Ganyu, but she also voices Coronel Hossa in Urzu Hunt. If you don't know who that is, it's basically the pink-haired girl, the guide of the Urzu Hunt. So Colonel Hossa shares her voice with Deira Nadira. Who'd have thought? They don't sound the same. And I don't have the capability, not now, I don't have the capability to achieve that kind of range. Like, it still sounds like me, no matter what voice I do. That scares me. Nice. Nah, George K. Chimaris, Vidar's Chimaris. Yeah, the Chimaris Trooper, XK, Vidar, and then the Chimaris Vidar all are the Chimaris frame. It's funny, how the Chimaris got more variants than compared to the Barbatos, who knows? Not unless you count the individual forms individually, then sure, why not? You have like 8 of those, officially. Not unless you count the Barbatos Lupus Rex Repair, then that's the 9th one. Although that went scrapped in the final production. The Vidar was perfect, best looking suit of IBO. I would argue that the, the Vidar has one of the most unique loadouts ever. like the sliding scabbard for the rapiers. Well, the rapiers can also explode, and also blades on the feet. And of course you have to have a standard rifle because you can't just go melee without any consequence. But hey, sliding scabbards for 6 blades, disposable replaceable blades that can explode, feet blades, twin handguns. Who wouldn't say no to that? That's like one of the coolest things I've ever seen. One of the most unique things I've ever seen. But I would argue that I still have like this original form bias, and since the Chimaris Vidar is the same Chimaris that Gargan Bodwin piloted in the Calamity War, I still have a bias towards the Chimaris Vidar just because it's like the original form of the Chimaris based on what I can gather. And comparing Ganyu to Sparkle is mind-boggling. I don't know who Sparkle is. Firefly from Honkai Star Rail looks like a fusion of Turn A, 00, Kamen Rider. Like I said, I don't like Kamen Rider. But I haven't really looked into Honkai Star Rail. I don't want another gacha game on my conscience. You can't blame me for that. I mean, the Chimaris got retrofitted due to some weaponry being a bit illegal. Yeah. And they actually busted out the Chimaris for ceremonies and stuff. So that's why it has to be retrofitted into the form we know now. Unlike the other 7 Gundam frames. Don't know why the Chimaris is that special though. It's number 66. The Bodwins don't have the highest rank in the 7 stars. Why is this so special to the point where it was actually busted out for some ceremonies? I don't know. Maybe there's some in-depth political stuff I'm not understanding in the Iron-Blooded Orphans universe. If you want to do a Dark Vader custom of the Chimaris, go ahead, Revan. I wish that still being fooled by Zako Aurealis even years later after that video, eh? Yeah, I know it has some Dying Slaves in its shield. No, the Dying Slave is the lance. The bullets are held in the shield. So some treading some legal gray area there. I don't know if it's because of the relationship between Agnika Kaeru and Gargan Bodwin that the Chimaris was busted out for ceremonies. Don't know. Politics are an enigma to me. 6 is a demon number apparently, so I guess it's the ultimate draconic Gundam. What do you mean? Shit. Bale, Agares, Versago, Samijana, Marbas. Oh, Valifar, Valefor, whatever. Valefor. I'm surprised Bandai never released the kit of the Abuhol. Bandai has been sleeping on 00 like in the recent years. I don't know why. They've been sleeping on it since the Pluton. Like that one arbitrary release. Don't know why. They've been focusing on like metal build for the past few years. And they recently just announced the Dynamis Saga. Who asked for that? I don't know. But can we please just give some more like 00 attention to high grade kits? I know they're getting a big batch of re-releases, like reissues down the line, but still, come on, like let's have some even if it's P-Bandai, let's have some 00 kits come out. Like, for example, the old cancelled ones from the movie. But here we go. Here's the main body done. I think I may be missing some stickers on some parts. Oh yeah, probably. The head, probably. Yep, I thought so. Trooper got some hidden gimmicks with his Ahab reactors. Do you mean the boot mines? Or well, basically the extendable thrusters thing from the 1-100 kit. Was there an RG counterpart that's customizable as the HG counterpart? The closest thing I could think of is having the build booster mount onto the Real Great Strike. That's the closest thing I can think of. But no, I don't think real grades. Excuse me. I don't think real grades were ever meant to be compatible with high grades without mods. But hey, here we are. The Gundam Hanjiroboshi second form base body done. So we can continue on to the backpack. Or well, the butt pack. Lol, they just skipped Dynamis R2. Maybe they would say that the Saga is the R2 because it does have R1 parts. Maybe they would just maybe I wouldn't want to say what I. Maybe they're just getting like creative with the names. So they stripped the parts from the Dynamis R1, put on the Saga parts, and technically it would be the R2, but they would call it the Saga. Just because it has the Saga parts. Who knows? I'm just spitballing at this moment. Oh, the Tierin 1100 restocked in 10 minutes sold out. Oh my god. See, Bandai? That's what we want. More 00 shenanigans. Instead of those ridiculously expensive metal build figures that nobody cares about. And nobody could afford. Good night, George. Nice having you here. Absolute. Isn't the demon number 666? Maybe you're referring to something else. Yeah, I'm completely lost there. You know, I'll be real. I think Murmur's gimmick should have been for Andreofist, the peacock demon. Yeah. Yeah. I think the aesthetic works for Murmur. But the whole surgical feathers thing, it's a bit ridiculous, to be honest. And if we were to get a kit of the Murmur, who do you think, like, who among you guys think will be getting Black Knight Squad, Garuda levels of color separation, or are we getting the old sleeves levels of color separation? What do you guys think? If we were to get a kit of the Murmur, would it be Black Knight Squad Garuda or old sleeves? Meanwhile, I just realized I cut out the wrong panel. Great. Not gonna lie, the Tierin reminds me of an Armored Core or Wasner unit from Front Mission. Lost. Completely lost. And looks great even 144p. Signal sucks in the hospital. Yeah. Hospital signals suck, don't they? They really require like their internal Wi-Fi in order to be quick. Real grades are just hyper detail high grades with their inner frame and a lot of tiny parts that can easily lose between the sofa seats. That's why you don't build on sofas. That's why you build on a proper desk. Like, real grades are definitely made for builders. Don't know what I'm saying at this point, but hey. Have I just been double cutting all this time? That goes to show how good the gate placement was. Where's my 1000? Never mind then. I do have my 1000 up. Imagine Battelle Bandai collab presenting Gundam Barbitos. A pink Gundam Barbitos. Who would have thought? But no, I doubt it. Do you think there would be more P-Bandai for the Uruzu Hunt anime if they decide to release it one day? Yes and no. They will probably release the Zagon as a premium Bandai kit. That is definitely gonna be a thing. But whether or not the upgraded Aspidate will be premium Bandai or something, I don't know. Most likely they will be a P-Bandai. Because Bandai just hates series that are not the current thing. Like Seed Freedom is the current thing, and we're getting plenty of regular releases and some sensible P-Bandai decisions there. So if they actually just drop the Uruzu Hunt anime and deem it to not be a current thing, then maybe we won't be getting any regular releases. But who am I to judge? I'm just here spitballing all day. Conspiracy theories and all. Yes, if we get a Murmur kit, we're definitely going to need an action base. Though, it doesn't really matter if the kit cannot stand. So, no, I mean, well, yes, it matters if the kit cannot stand, because that's what an action base is for. Oh, that's a gate mark folded on itself. Oh, so, okay, so I see. But if it doesn't look good, then it doesn't really matter. You'll have to put in just as much work into perfecting it. Bandai hits everything without the name RX-78, 2 Strike Freedom, or Unicorn. Yeah. Classic series, easy remolds, and brand recognition. Admiral, Gunpla is freedom. You get it if you want, though you can check out any reviews of the Gira Zulu. Yeah, because I don't have a review of the Gira Zulu. And so that's why I'm not an authority on whether or not that kit is good. So, I'm not the best person to ask about kits I don't have. I don't want to put out an opinion that I am not educated in. Sorry. My physics weren't not physicking when I'm watching an animation. Suspension of disbelief, that's what it does to you. Most likely Karura or Garuda, but knee stands. Yes. If they decide to release the Gundam Murmur and have like Garuda levels of color separation, then I will be ecstatic. Like they've done it with the Deathscythe Hell with the head trims, and they also done it obviously with the Black Knight Squad Garuda. But if they actually do it with the Murmur, wow. Iron Blooded Orphans is definitely gonna get a head turn there. If they decide to like upgrade the frame, of course. Like the thing about like me hoping for a Gundam Zagan is that it definitely needs a frame upgrade. Because it just looks so drastically different compared to the where's the barrel? It just looks so drastically different compared to the other Gundam frames. It definitely needs a custom frame. So if they actually go ahead and make a high-grade Gundam Zagan with a custom frame, it's going to be a completely blank slate that they have to work off of, and I'm really looking forward to that. Especially because they have to handle like gigantic heavy weapons like the shield pliers, and of course its massive fists. So hopefully they would do that. Oh God, no. This is what rushing ahead would do to you. Thank God it's easy to separate these things. Real great camper. We see the freaking frame in the OVA. Maybe. Hopefully so. We definitely need more camper love in the modern market. Like, how long has it been since we got a modern camper kit? Like, not modern camper kit, like a camper kit period. Hi boss MJ, sorry I was late. Nah, no worries. Real Great Shinanju is just made as a cheap cash grab. Yeah. Pink is outright the scariest to see in a battlefield, especially on the Limit Break Barbatos. Pink is serious because of Char. Hope Bandai will continue the IBO line when the new series drop. Potentially new master grades and real grades aside from the high grades. I doubt it. Like, when Uruzuhan dropped, they only got like these 3 designs where there are so many kit potentials. Like, the Monkey Rody, the Monkey Crab Rody, the Hakuko, the Enzo, and what else? Have I covered all the factions yet? They may make a Gilda if they have the balls to. The Gilda Python. And the Gabriel Gorgeous Pink, Gabriel Gorgeous Silver. There's a lot of potential kits that they can milk out of it. And I mean, the Gabriel frame is not that bad if I'm honest. You can just slap on some new armor and just resell it as a new kit. That's not hard. But they only chose to go for the Gundam Master Day because Gundam frame. Cyclase is Shval by custom because, yeah. And the Zeke Rune because for whatever reason. So... yeah, I just don't really have any hope of them just releasing more kits outside of the high grade line because of how restricted the initial debut line was. And that was before they delayed the launch of Uruzuhans until November. I want more Rody frame variations. Yeah, absolutely. But since the Rody frames are like the one frame they don't have a universal one for, we're basically out of luck. Like, because I built the Man Rody, and I can basically tell you that the Man Rody's frame is made for the Man Rody. There's no common Rody frame that they can base it off of. So if they have to make another Rody frame, they either have to make a custom frame or they'll have to make a completely new universal frame for the Rody frames. Kind of a bit of a bother, isn't it? Thoughts on rumors that the real grade Akatsuki will use the old strike frame? Like I mentioned, if they treated it like they did the real grade Freedom JCP, I don't mind. Like if they reuse the elbows and the knees, sure, whatever. All they need to do is to reinforce the central mass and just the central mass would be fine. By that I mean the torso, the shoulders, and the hips. That would be fine. I doubt the Owashi pack is going to be as heavy as the Freedom Gundam's wings to the point where even the knees will start to sag. So if they did the appropriate reinforcements, I'm open to it. Agree, Reverend. Garm Rody, my beloved. Yeah. They did make Garm Rody armor for the Astaroth and Ashimento, so I don't know why they didn't go ahead. They have the design. Remember the, what? Remember the sample mold HFX and H3 Master Grade? Yes, I do. Such a shame they weren't released. Camphor Sphere was the last, but it was P-Bandai and just had the normal Master Grade Camphor in black and a bit of extra stuff. It needs a 2.0 so much. So, in other words, no standard Camphor in the most recent years. Got it. Huh. This sliding mechanic is actually kind of nippy. I thought it was going to be a pain in the ass, but no. You have leverage, you have a smooth sliding mechanism, and you have a pretty good restrictor to avoid you just overshooting and tugging the part off. That's nice. That's very nice for an IBO kit. Yo, imagine Bandai make high-grade Gundam Zagan. I love the brutes, but I wonder its articulations. Like I said, it will have to be a custom frame. So they will tailor make some frame pieces for the Gundam Zagan if they ever do make a high grade of it. I just hope they don't restrict it to just having fists and actually have the shield pliers actually open up. That's all that I need from the Gundam Zagan. Loke Grace plays, yes. Dying Slave team. Dash, I mean, it did appear in the side story of Uruzuhan, so yeah, it might get a high grade. But like I said, the Gabriel GP, Gabriel GS, Enzo, Monkey Roadie, Monkey Crab Roadie, Hakuko, Gilda Python, the standard Gilda, and a Gray's Ritter with a halberd from the Gray's Shield. A lot of these things could have been released, and they were in the animated cutscenes. And of course, if Bandai were feeling ballsy enough, they can give us the Cyclatius Svalbard custom just with the Reganase rifles. We barely even see that thing, and yep, it's a thing. They can just easily arm up the Svalbard custom and resell it because it has 2 new guns. It's not like they haven't done that before. Look at the Lightning Black Warrior, but hey, that's something, and yet they still choose not to because IBO is not a current thing. I believe the animated project will be in development hell for another 4 or 5 years before it comes out. If it doesn't bite me. Murmur, high grade, gonna be hell trying to support the back with that thin waist all supported by a single ball joint. They will have to custom it. They will have to make a custom frame. Speaking of mobile suit variations, is this Reign of Freedom Justice don't have any variations? Yes and no. It really pertains to the deeper lore of Seed that I'm not one to speak on. If I can get Wacky Modder 84 up here, maybe we can speak on it a little bit. Whoop. If IBO got as much of a Seed, then it would be a different story. Yeah. Absolutely. I still want to real Barber Souls, but we can still wait for more time. I don't think it's ever going to happen. I also agree. To be honest, I feel like they just randomly selected names for the Gundam frames and slap whatever gimmick they have currently in mind on it. Yeah. Although I will give them props for like doing some of the homework for like Hagenti, because it has so many themes connected to the original demon. And I would argue that Murmur, at least the looks, makes it look royal. And yeah, that fits with the demon as well. Zagan looking like a bull, yes, that's something. A brutish fighting style as well, that's another thing as well. And the Gundam Asmodee, yes. The whole loadout is a reference to the 3 heads of Asmodee, of Asmodeus, the actual demon. So it's not like they haven't done any trivia, like haven't done any like homework on the demons. It's just that some of the mechanics of the Gundam frames are just a bit random. So I don't know. Some of them they have done their homework, some of them they haven't. This has been a very IBO stream, hasn't it? Blah blah blah. I love the Gym Sniper 2 and Camphor base design for every modern Fed and Xeon suits. Influential. Forget RG Barbatos. We still need more IBO Massacre. Where's Flauros? In a poll to be forgotten about. What kind of sanding sticks are you using? These are Bandai's official sanding sticks. Of course I got the mini ones because you have 3 of each grit, 400, 600, and 1000. And yeah, you have 3 of them for the price of like 5-6 quid. 3 of each, and they are pretty decent sanding sticks if I'm honest. So not only will they last you quite a while because of their sheer quantity, they are good quality sanding sticks as well. Of course, it all depends on the user again. I don't know if this is true, but there's a conversation about Gundam Age almost killing the franchise. Thoughts? Hyperbole. It's mostly just hyperbole because people don't like Gundam Age. Personally, Gundam Age has a special place in my heart because it's the first Gundam series that I've seen. But I feel like people talking about it as if it will kill the entire Gundam franchise, it's just hyperbole. As much as my visceral hatred for Seed and G Wish will indicate, I still don't think they have ruined the series entirely. So, in a more like to me superior series compared to those two, in age, why would that ruin the series? Or would that kill the series? It just wouldn't. 72 frames of Monster Hunter Gundams. Yeah, definitely. Give us a top 3 gunpla that have huge and many color correcting stickers, but it's still good even without putting those stickers on, like the Rising Freedom. No. But if you're talking about like any kit that has a lot of color correcting stickers and still good, the red and pale riders are definitely some candidates there. Because personally, I don't like kits that don't have all the color apps, no matter in what way you need to add them in. But that question will take a lot more thought. Oh yeah, Atras! Oh my god, the Atras Hyaka and Kudelia's Man Rodi version 3. Yeah, those things need to be kits as well. Completely forgot about those. Australian Stargazer are good sea stuff. Yeah. Yeah, if age is handled properly, then it would be better than just a series of video game cutscenes. Calamity War, well, oh god. Gundam Aspen Gold, it's not a demon name. How about Bale? It's not like it has some looks or references of origin name. Like I said, it's inconsistent. Like if you take a look at Bale, Gamajin, and Barbatos, they have nothing to do with their demons. They just pulled the names out of the hat. Bale's wings represent the 2 other heads it had. It doesn't. Like you have a man, a cat, and a toad with spider legs. That doesn't scream anything the Gundam Bale has. Didn't Tomino try to kill the Gundam franchise by writing Victory Gundam as dark as possible? That's another kind of worms. One bad Gundam series won't affect the Gundam as a whole, that's my only opinion. Yeah. Part 1, Part 2 Gunpla Goldmine design. I thought Reconquista was a huge loss for Bandai. Yet it does have some post-mortem popularity, just because of the movies and how high in demand the kits are. I really love the Gundam Legolas. Same. Unfortunately, the polycap ball joints are complete crap, because I've had to heat glue mine. Of course, it was still back in my early Gunpla days, and I really do want to pick up the Memory of Eden version just to do a re-review on it. But the polycap ball joints on my Legolas are just complete and utter crap. Don't know what's up with that. Gundam Helsing Alucard. Sorry. Gates agreed, since there are, of course, other series. Don't forget the Rebake Full City. No, the Rebake Full City is not a good kit. I will not recommend going for it unless you're getting it for a basis for a custom build, or if you're getting it through the Tekkadan sets, because of its inherent lack of weapons. I still don't understand why Bandai does that. Of course, yeah, to make more money with option sets, but still, give the Guzan Rebake Full City a gun or two. Like, I don't care about the stickers. They do their job well. There are still some color apps you need to fill in, granted, but still. It has some good visual impact. But it requires a lot of work to go into it, which is not ideal for the casual builder, and it doesn't have any weapons even if you put in the work. So why pick up a kit you need to spend hours working on and have no weapons? Might as well pick it up for a custom build or just not at all. That is not a kit that has a lot of color correcting stickers and is still good, because there's nothing to do with it. Legolas R looks even better. Unfortunately, there's no kit of the Legolas R. Sadly. Age MSVs be damned. Rekko has good mobile suit designs, but the kits absolutely get going backwards from previous kits. Story pacing is a bit rushed too. I mean, some of the kits are good, some of the kits are fine. I don't think I've ever said, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I can remember, I don't think I've ever written off a G-Reco kit just because of their articulation alone. Of course, I said they were limited, but I don't think I've completely written them off just because of their articulation. I'm referring to the full city for its sticker hell. Ah, fair enough. The full city is like the definition of sticker hell. Imagine if the Bale had extra arms than Marcosius had. That would be more like the spider legs. If only. If only. But it was, yeah, indeed the first Gundam frame that they've built, so I understand why they didn't go full demon crazy with the first few. Ah yeah, full CT weapons is lacking, it's just like the remake. Well, the remake at least has a gun, and a shield, and 2 arms you can mess with. It only is lacking the halberd. That's it. So, while the lack of a melee weapon is a bit of a detriment, you still get a gun and shield to play with for the original remake. It's not like the remake full city where all you get is a pair of garden trimmers, like hedge trimmers, and nothing else. You don't have anything else. Okay, I'm done ranting. I'm sorry. Good thing is that I painted a Gundam remake full city to make it look as accurate as possible. Yeah. Now, it all depends on your personal values at that point, because if you want to just pick up the Gundam remake just to paint it, even though there's nothing to do with it, sure, fine, go ahead. It's your money at the end of the day. Who am I to judge? To be honest, Reconquista has a good story. Tomino just didn't pace it well, but I guess the movies kind of fixed that. I don't think the movies ever cleared up anything from the anime. Sure, they reanimated one entire fight and redid some of the lines to recontextualize the technologies a little bit, but still, it feels like the exact same story with not much clarification. But sure, it is more enjoyable because you get to enjoy the entire series in like 5 sittings at most. So at least there's that. And I do like the redone stuff from the movies. Still hate the tricky pack though. Any non-English gunpla channel you recommend bunkerpla have good custom build video. I don't really watch gunpla content in general, so I don't really have any recommendations on that front. The only thing I see for Full City is the scissors, and it still doesn't look good. I mean, to each their own. I think these stickers do a decent job. But of course, paint is going to be the most ideal solution for the Full City. But my major gripe is, why put effort into a kit that has nothing to offer? Literally nothing to offer. So that's why I said, well, get it with the set, because you'll have all the guns there. Or just pick up the I remember a third-party company has made the Tekkadan set exclusive weapons. That also comes with the guns. So pick those up if you're picking up the Rive Full City. Full City only has its shield pliers. Doesn't it come with the long rifle? No. The Full City only has the pliers. Check the review out. Any chance of an SDEX Standard Rising Freedom review because of the sticker held? No. 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 Like I said, I have quite a lot of circumstances going on with my stuff already. I don't need another heavy painting project to get in my way. And yes, I have an adverse reaction to that kit in general because how 80s it is. Also, thoughts on a not transient, Testament Gundam. The Testament Gundam is cool and all, but no thoughts on it because I'm not the authority on the side stories. I like the claw weapon though. That's nice. Rebake has head option with sniping bow, but does not have gun. Plus, the head itself is hilariously needs stickers. Again, why put effort into a kit that has nothing to offer? High grade Memory of Eden Legolas is the closest we can get to Legolas R, I think. Although the Legolas R has some minor differences from the Memories of Eden Legolas in terms of the color distribution, but I believe you can easily circumvent that if you can't be asked to paint the entire Legolas by buying the regular one. I don't think the regular one was reissued in like April 2022, was it? My first gunpla was the SDBB 00 Quanta, still a fantastic looking kit. Well, yeah, that was one of my first as well, so yeah, hello. I really like the G Lucifer. I mean, it's supposed to be a Gundam, right? But it doesn't look like one at all, and I love it for that. I mean, the Gundam name is very arbitrary in G Reco because they never ever mentioned it. So you can feel free to not treat any of the mobile suits as Gundams. And here is the second form with the butt pack completed. I really like it, honestly. I really like it. And as you might know, I have a thing for like bladed thrusters, and I am so glad that they didn't implement it for the Bale, but they implemented it for the second form Hajiroboshi, which is very nice. I really love these bladed thrusters, man. And you can basically compact it, I think, for when it was stored on the ship. These wings, they're gonna entertain me for quite a while, let's be real. Wait, it has a gun? No, I think I lost mine then. Yeah, definitely. Gundam Gujin, Gundam G Lucifer, what else? I don't know. Not Gundam looking Gundams. Gundam Gujin, Gundam G Lucifer. I don't know if you count the Sisquid as one. I don't know. I don't really think I have any off the top of my head. Random thought. I wouldn't be surprised if Jesus in correct century looked exactly like Kira Yamato. Well then, hey. Well, maybe my hoodie metal G Lucifer might be first. Yeah, Epigobu. Yeah. So you need to buy rebates on full city loadouts. It needs the gun and halberd. No, the gun of the rebate does not work on the full city, except the sub arms. So the reason that they made new guns for weapon sets, like I believe it's Iron Blooded Orphans option set 9. They released 2 guns specifically made for the Gujin rebate full city because the ammo clips, the magazines have a wider spacing. And because of the spacing issue and the thicker arms of the full city, the Gujin rebate's gun does not work on the full city. So don't go ahead and buy 4 Gujin rebates just for the guns. It doesn't work. You need to buy 2 of the option set 9s or get the Tekkadan set to have the full set of 4 guns. I hate the long antennae of the Testament Weapon. Total break risk, you mean, Pazer? I'm talking about Gundams that don't look like Gundams but still count as Gundams. I believe the Sisquid does count as a Gundam, doesn't it? I think G-Self was mentioned once as a Gundam. No, I don't believe that the... I believe they've only mentioned Gundam like once when when Bellary was tranquilized when he was trying to reclaim the G-Self in the series proper, but not in the movies. So yeah, the whole mentioning Gundam thing was completely removed from the movies, as far as I remember. I'll get the wire. Oh, okay. For some reason, I like the look of the Hajiro Boshi over Barbatos. To be honest, same. Yes, I don't have proper wire cutters. Shut up. So now I can put down the wire anchors in the bag and never lose them. Good. Admiral, technically Dovin Wolf is the descendant of the Mark V Gundam, so it's technically a Gundam, You can say the same for the Rick Diaz, if I'm honest. Because the Rick Diaz was developed under the codename Gamma Gundam. And if you count the DJ, because it was recently redesigned to have a hidden Gundam face with empty Gundam eye sockets, you can maybe count the DJ as a not Gundam Gundam. But I think we're twisting the context here, so yeah. Well, yeah, I miss Gecko as well. Still a crime that the Delta Plus is not a Gundam. Delta Gundam, Gundam Delta Kai, both are Gundams, but the Delta Plus no, because screw Reedy, am I right? Copium was real when the Aspidate first debuted and was misinterpreted as Sierra. I mean, the proportions are completely different. I think they say Gundam in episode 16 of G-Reco anime. That's what I was saying. When Bellry was tranquilized, he mentioned Gundam like once, and the name was never invoked again. Do Easy counts? The Easy counts as a Gundam. And the Gym had a repaired. You might as well count the Zeta Zaku as a Gundam as well, if that's the case. Easy is a repaired Gundam with some spare parts, especially from Zaku. Or get a ton of graces and use the rifles instead. That's cool. Wait, I think the Grace rifles have the same spacing issue as the Gujin Rebake's rifle, and plus they're not the long barrel versions like the Gujin Rebake. So you're not even gonna be getting anime accuracy out of that, because the barrels of the Rebake's rifles are longer compared to the standard Grazes. Honestly, the more you think about it, almost everything is a Gundam. Yeah, look at Seed. The daggers are developed from the G weapons. I was wondering, what if I combine a Gundam frame with a Graze frame? Does it count as a Gundam? Depends on you at that point. And thankfully, my cross mace didn't come warped in the box. I really want to know who designed this thing. But yeah, let's just peg it onto the arms for storage. Very efficient this thing is, I don't know how you would walk around with this giant stick on your arm. And get the shield. And by the way, would you guys want me to build the Demi Garrison on stream, or should I just end it here? Because it's like 5:45 p.m. here. Was Zeta Plus considered a Gundam, or is it just not like the Delta Plus? I don't know. I mean, Setsuna is a Gundam too. Touche. Does the perfect Gundam Thunderbolt count as a Gundam? I mean, I don't think I've seen it, but if it has Gundam in its name, then the creators definitely think it's a Gundam. Do the wings swap with the Marcosius ones? No, I don't think so. You might as well call anything with a Gundam's face as a Gundam in Universal Century. Yeah, you might as well call the M1 Astray as a Gundam, because it was developed from the Astrays. The Silver Bullet Suppressor will always be a Gundam in my heart. Well, the Silver Bullet is a Gundam face unit that isn't a Gundam. I really want to redo my Silver Bullet Suppressor review, just because of that cringe joke that I've added in the beginning of my old review. Like, that took an entire minute of a bit, which is way too much. 1 minute for a bit. That can easily be edited out in my standards today. Once a Gundam, always one. If I install gun parts on the Dilanza, does it count as a Gundam? In G Witch, yes. 1, because Delling said so. 2, because anything with the gun format in G Witch is counted as a Gundam. So if you implement like the gun format in a Dilanza, then yes, it is counted as a Gundam. Actually, we already had one example, that being the Schwarzette. Well, or the Schwarzette, as you guys know it. I just went full German to piss you guys off because of how you guys are correcting me on the Darabal's like a pronunciation. No, I'm joking, but the Schwarzette was originally designed to be a mass production mobile suit, but because of the development hell, it was basically put on hold. That is until Prospera introduced the gun format to the Schwarzette, and then it was revived in the form of a Gundam. So we basically already had that done. So if you implement the gun format into a Dilanza, then yes, it is considered a Gundam. Gigantic Cross acquired 10 bonus damage to demons. Stay back! Does the Hyakushiki have a Gundam face? Yes and no. Yes and no. Like, there are a lot of Gundams that do not have the traditional like Gundam mouthpiece. So yes and no. Well, the Hyakushiki was developed on the Delta anyway, so it's a descendant of a Gundam, so why not? Hajinoboshi screams in pain as it struggles to hold the cross sword. Yeah, but here we go. The Hajinoboshi second form fully decked out. This is going to be a quick review because as far as I can tell, I'm not seeing any missing color apps. All I need to do is the panel line and top coat the damn thing and I'll be done. Happy days. Enjoyability. Have you seen the key visual of the animated Uruzu Hunt project? That proves your point. Maybe the real Gundam are the friends we made along the way. What's with that statement? Like, I don't know. I don't know what like the whole like friends we made along the way statement was from. But guys, question. Should I build the Demi Garrison on stream? If you want to see the Demi Garrison in some form, sound off in the chat. If I should build a Demi Garrison now or in a separate stream or on my own. Somebody's phone has gone off. It's a meme. First retrofitted wings that has upper body in the third form. Yeah, that's exactly. And I think the cross sword's in stone and ship. Yeah, it's stored in the ship. But what if you need to store it in battle? Is gun format a better version of IBO's Alaya Vignana system? No. The gun format is basically a blank check for plot devices to happen. If they hadn't done that, they would have first of all not introduced permanent score 5 to 8 or score 5 to 8+. They would have actually given Suletta actual consequences for using it. Well, they did, but perma score 6 and above is basically psycho frame. So no, I still believe that the Alaya Vignana system is still better than the gun format, just because it actually holds weight to the power it provides. Okay, you gotta go to sleep. Yeah, nice seeing you here, Dashno. Up to you. Don't you need dinner? It's 5:50. Well, granted, I need to buy ketchup for spaghetti, but hey, I don't know. Demis come together very quickly. Separate stream. And how about I put up a poll while I chat with you guys? So a short poll. Thanks for the reactions. Okay, short poll. Unpopular opinion. Vulnerable Gundams, weak armor, they're the better. Yeah. Vulnerability is what makes a character. It's what gives a character some depth, some stakes to work against. You guys would like to see the Demi Garrison, huh? I'd be down so long as your PC doesn't die like you did in the Master stream. My camera's holding out fine today. And I know what to do if I ever encounter a lagging issue with my camera. I just need to activate the USB reset. I voted yes, but it's already a 3-hour stream. Was it? Oh yeah, it was. Boss MJ is Gundam Double O could be considered a Gundam category already. Super Robot, yeah, definitely. Gun format is just AI, man. Gun format is entirely different to the Alaya Vignana system. Well, they still operate by a link. I mean, sure, we can get the Demi Garrison done, probably, because as you guys may know, the Demi is a very, very simple build. So I mean, it's reasonable to try and get that done. But first, let me check all the runners first, because I don't want any ruined like runner photos and realize too late. So yeah, you guys voted yes, so hopefully we'll be able to get that done quick. But yeah, it's a 3-hour stream because I was spending half of the time chatting to you guys. Not that I'm blaming you guys or anything, but still, nice to chat with you guys. Yeah. Ah. Good, so we can get going. This chat is fun. The Barbatos red eyes with lighting on our side effect of Alaya Vignana. I think Hajiro Boshi did it too. 1 second. Let me prepare the runners first. Decals for standard stickers. Isn't this a joy, mates? Oh yeah, I forgot G Witch actually says what runners you need. That's convenient. Completely forgot about that gimmick. That will speed things up. But yeah, Hajiro Boshi did it and has one glowing green eye, because it does not have the Alaya Vignana system, but it also has a limiter. So basically, Urusu Hunt confirmed that the Alaya Vignana and the limiter are two completely different systems. The Alaya Vignana safety limiter only exists if the Alaya Vignana limiter exists. So even if the Gundam frame does not have the Alaya Vignana system, the limiter can still disengage. However, it will be exponentially harder for the standard pilots to control it, just because they don't have a good grasp on how to control the power without the direct interface. So yes, Hajiroboshi did get glowing green eyes, but the red eyes come from if the pilots decided to disable the Alaya Vignana safety limiter and go all out. Jim, it has green lightning. The Marcosius, on the other hand, because it's some bastard with their Harley Davidson, but but the where was I? But the Hajiroboshi does not have the Alaya Vignana system. The Chimaris Vidar. No, the Chimaris Vidar actually has a damaged eye. That's why it's red. So yeah. The Gundam Vidar is just a lens flare. The Chimaris Vidar has a damaged eye. It didn't turn red. The limiter was not disengaged. To be honest, the red lightning is a bit inconsistent. Oh yeah, okay, that was a follow-up. No, like I said, the Chimaris Vidar has a damaged eye, so that's why its eyes turned red. Because it's the lens, because it's the sensor underneath the Gundam eye lens. So, from what I can gather, the red lightning eyes only come if the pilot, first of all, if the Alaya Vignana system is on board, and if the pilot decides to disengage the Alaya Vignana system. So, like, oh yeah, disengage the power limiter. And if the Alaya Vignana system isn't on board, the whole full throttle system, the whole full power thing still exists on the frame as a separate program, and it can still go AWOL. No, not AWOL. AWOL. It can still run amok, but the pilot will just have a harder time controlling the units because they don't have the direct interface like they would have with the Alaya Vignana system. And because of that, the eyes glow in whatever the lens color is, because it does not have the Alaya Vignana system to keep that in check. And I put the wrong cuff on, great. Have you gotten any recent P-Bandai purchases since there have been a lot of reissues? No. The only P-Bandai purchases that I got recently were the new ones, like, let's say, the Gun Node, or with the Gun Node, the Lefrith pre-production, the Heingra, the Bernapius, and that's what I believe came in. I think there should be some build stuff coming in, but I don't know. I need to check with my friend whether or not those have arrived, because it's been very far into May, and we had no status update on those. So I have to check with my friend to see whether or not my build stuff has come in. This antenna, man, it's AIDS. There we go. There we go. There's the antenna done. Oh, what, really? That's already happened? Oh shit. What do you mean? Imagine a Gundam protagonist who has no powers but the rival has, so the protagonist needs to train how to counteract their powers. Yeah, that's essentially Age 2 arc of Gundam Age. Yeah, Asumu Asano is a regular human being, but he has to stand up to the power of X-Rounders. And the whole character arc is very interesting, like one of the best, like if not the best, from Gundam Age. Like like if you feel like you've been turned off from seeing Gundam Age, see the second arc. That's the best out of the 4 arcs. Again, gun format is better than Alaya Vignana system in only one aspect. As you can see the visual detail on the actual mech. So can you if you disable the Alaya Vignana system limiter. I don't know what's your point there. Dude, the design of the mobile suit is sick. What mobile suit? Yeah, this thing would require a little bit more sanding instead of just a double snip because of the gray. Have no time to check the colors. I will check in a bit for the research for the review. I mean, it would make sense if the Gundam frames have more simpler AI since demons are just fallen angels. I mean, yeah. Here we go. That's the head done. That quick. G-Witch builds are some of the simplest things I've ever built. And I am all for it. Pazer, you saw how Jiraboshi become uncontrollable when it sees a mobile armor. Yeah. There's a Nitro system version of the prototype Double Zeta. Oh yeah, yeah, that's from Last Sun, isn't it? Also, as I understood it, the limiter is part of the AV system. The point of the limiter is to restrict the amount of data that feeds into the pilot's pseudo brain lobe. Why would there be a limiter if the pilot has no direct link to the Gundam? The limiter is part of the AV system. The system actually... But the other system that prompts the Gundam frame to go full throttle, that's a separate system. So the AV system has the limiter implemented into it, and it's designed to protect against the data flow that is subjected by the separate system that causes the Gundam frames to go full throttle. And if you remove that, you can still use the Gundam frame's full power, but you'll have less control over it because you don't have the direct interface. I don't know if that's clear or not, but that's what I can gather from Uruzu Hunt. And if you've been asking, I'm sorry if I missed it, but if you've been asking, why did the Aspidate not go full throttle? First of all, it has never seen a mobile armor. It's never seen battle before Renzi boarded it. Second of all, it's using the cockpit systems of the Enzo because they had to replace the original Alaya Vignana system cockpit with the Enzo so that originally Demner Kitako Jr. can pilot it alongside with Sario in the Gundam Hachiraboshi. So, because it never learned that it needs to go full throttle when it sees a mobile armor because it's never seen one, and it's using a completely different cockpit system that has that basically removes the learning system of the original specs. That's why the Aspidate did not go full throttle when it saw the Harael and the Mebahia. It's a bit confusing, but still makes sense once you can wrap your head around it. What do I need? ABC. Okay, so that's this E. I don't need that. That speeds things up very much. I hope it still uses the ball joints for the feet, but I don't think so. What do you think about the Gundam Burnapius redesign? They've gone all over the place for that one. I think it looks way too over detailed, which if I'm honest, it's just me. But the thing I don't get is the kit versus the manga, because the manga has a completely different color distribution, most prominently because of the feet flaps. I remember in the original one, the feet flaps are the body color, the teal, the aquamarine, whatever you want to call it. And in the manga, the feet flaps are yellow or lighter colored compared to the body color. Well, from the grayscale scans of the manga. And the official designer came out with a piece of art with the new color scheme of the Burnapius with the new design. But the high grade decided to do its own thing and decides to pay, I don't know if you can pay respect to the original Burnapius design and use the old color mapping, like the old color distribution. So it's a bit of a weird spot for the Burnapius, if I'm honest, because you have two color distributions. One because of Bandai wanting to have have an homage to the original Burnapius, But again, there's a completely new color distribution just for this design, so is a bit of a weird spot. I think I might paint mine into the new color distribution by the time I get it. Who knows? Wait. AV system, you mean sex in the Gundam? This is no, I mean the Alaya system. It's better with acronyms. I can't scroll up. I can't use a bloody track wheel with my left hand. I'm right-handed. For God's sake! Stupid menu. Blah blah. Jim, I would like to see that as well. Some Messiah. Calamity War more interesting with these complications. Yeah. Paisley's statement, they're like a leash for the Gundam frame. Wistario struggled with controlling Hajiraboshi when Mika started bleeding his eyes out when he pilots Barbatos at his full potential. Basically what I said. The full throttle system is a separate system to the Alaya system. The Alaya system has a limiter to curb the data flow from the full throttle system. That's what it's for. Asamu Darkhound Age is probably the closest. Yeah, pirate Gundams. We have a lot of pirates in Gundam that are animated already. See some comments in McGillis versus Vidar Final Fight at YT. I think, like, my take on that fight is, McGillis was way too overconfident with his abilities. Because the Bale only has the swords as his handheld weapon. He has to fight and block with the swords. And I don't know if people are still complaining about how McGillis threw away a sword. That's because it's broken. Like, McGillis got way too overconfident and blocked with the swords, which he did do, but it damaged the swords, damaged the combat potential. So, McGillis deserved his loss. The limit inhibits the possible AI hidden inside the Gundam frames. Basically, the full throttle system. AV system, yeah, I've seen that. Nitro system mobile suits. Delta Kai with the activated Nitro system looks like the monster. Astray, no name. Mika did talk to Barbs on some occasion. That's the feedback. Hey, Matt. Joyo, as I understand, it's the machine overclocking itself, like MJ said. The limiter is part of the AV system that prevents the pilot from limited data overload. The Gundam itself can still overclock and go berserk, but the pilots would be like, what the fuck? Are there any Gundam prototypes that started off cold and committed and lots of war crimes but slowly gained humanity and becomes a protector? Setsuna? The armed interventions are technically war crimes, aren't they? Wait a bloody... Oh, panels. Panels not working for me. I love the moment where... Hajiraboshi is basically to respect itself to combat the same mobile armor years later back to Marcosius. Yep, you spelled that right. Not Hajiraboshi though. Sorry. But, yeah, that's basically the full throttle thing of Hajiraboshi. And that's why I said they would probably consult Mendo to understand what Marcosius is. None of them knew. Like, none of them know what Marcosius is. But at least we've established that Wistario can read, so he's not in that bad of a situation. Despite him being in basically like a fugitive colony. Because if you don't know, the Radonitsa colony was basically a place for fugitives and refugees, maybe? No. Fugitives. That's why Wistario wants to earn the 100 billion Meria bounty from the Uruzu Hunt, buy the colony, and develop it into a tourist attraction. Hopefully he does get to do that, because that will be the happy ending that he deserves. Obviously, I still don't like the plot points where he goes after Katsura Inoshi, because that plot has dragged out way too long. But still, hopefully his dreams of purchasing the colony comes true. Is the high grade Crossbone X1 worth getting? If you can deal with the stickers, then yeah. I think I've only experienced the full cloth in terms of Crossbone high grades. Yeah, I think I only experienced full cloths in terms of Crossbow Gundam high grades. And the Maul, obviously, the Maul. But if you can deal with the stickers, then go ahead for it. Go ahead. It's still a decent high grade, all things considered. Did the complete movie release lately? No. But someone has completely subbed. Excuse me. Somebody has completely subtitled. What do I need here? A, B, D, E, F. Okay. Somebody's completely subtitled the entirety of Uruzu Hunt on YouTube. So you can check out the 24 episodes on that channel. I believe it's called Tralafarlongs. I forgot. Let me actually check. I don't want to do him disrespect because he's doing the God's job, like doing the Lord's work there. Trafalgar Log. Trafalgar Log. So check out that channel. They have the entirety of Uruzu Hunt subtitles for us English speakers, obviously with the tentative names before any of them were announced. But still, it is not only documenting what's been dead, but they've been just doing the Lord's work with translating everything so that we can understand the story better. What is it again? A, B, D, E, F. Here we go. Honestly, after I got my real good crossbow as boss MJ's recommendation, I think RG over HG. Fair enough. Though the topic was the HG, so that's where I went. McGinnis basically wants to build just solely for political purposes. Yeah. I don't know about Hero Yui. Because Gundam Wing completely blanked on me. Dude believe too hard on his indestructible Bale sword. Speaking of Bale swords, Zeppar's weapons are just freaking lame. There's a lot of swordsman Gundam frames in the 7 stars, and Zeppar got a sword and a funny spinning shield. Honestly, wish there would be more weapons for that Gundam. I believe Zeppar is more designed for the game than actual lore setting, because Zeppar is a damn good defense unit. Like it can supply your units with shields. It can boost the agility of the units. Yeah, I believe Zeppar is game first, setting second, so that's why it looks so ridiculous. Because to be honest, I don't see Zeppar being one of the Gundam frames to be able to leave a massive mark on history because of how dinky its loadout is. Obviously, if it were properly animated, my opinions might change. But still, a sword and shield? A normal sword and shield. That's almost unheard of in Iron Blooded Orphans. And yet the Zeppar manages to secure a spot in the 7 stars because of his achievements with that sword and shield. If they manage to pull it off in proper animation, that would be absolutely fantastic. If not, it's still hard to suspend your disbelief that that thing managed to pull off a feat that is important enough to land itself in the 7 stars. You'll have to suspend your disbelief very heavily for that to happen. Like give it a claymore or something. Yeah, definitely. It needs a large weapon. Imagine if Bandai partnered with LG or Samsung to make Turn a washing machine. If only. Like the drum, like the washing drum is just the Turn A Gundam's manipulator. Imagine. Wait, 12 and 11. Okay. And guys, do you want me to put on the decals, or leave it until the after build, so that you guys can see the Demi Garrison in its rawest form? Can someone explain me the Zippar's weird thruster system? It's basically just two bladed binders that adds mobility. I believe it's able to do and back, but I'm not sure. Leave the decals. Okay. Leave it for after. Okay. Except for the sensor ones. The sensor ones are the sensor ones are given. So the sensor ones, I'll apply them, but the front management company logos, I'll leave it until after the build. Hold on, we're already on the next kit? Yeah. The last kit of my P-Bandai package. Where were you, Absolute? So the Alive Yana system limiter is similar to manual assisted oh my god. Assisted autopilot in modern planes, basically. First 22 episodes of Gundam Wing are pointless. Yeah, there is no Iron-Blooded Orphans. There's no high-grade murmur. We were just discussing whether or not we would expect Black Knight Squad, Garuda levels of color separation, or 2010's Sleeves level of color separation, where it's just stickers for the trims. But funnels can shoot right through exposed parts of the body. What? Barbatos is definitely not the strongest, especially when funnels are involved. Yeah, because beams are still capable of dissolving the frame, as seen with the EO frame Shiden. But can we please leave funnels off the table? Like I've said it in my Anavata review. I'm so tired of just kits coming with units coming with ranged funnels just to rely on beam spam to win. Like, come on, could we have some more creativity on that front? Like, even the Murmur has melee remote weapons. So yeah, I don't know. I just hate bits in general. But I like melee bits for the fact that they are more technical to use. So it's not just about having enough of them and spamming enough of them just to win. I don't know, that's just me. I basically developed a hatred for beam spam ever since G-Witch. Seed was more or less a joke to me, like when it comes to beam spam, but G-Witch is basically beam spam the anime. To be fair, Bale just had 2 swords. I guess the Zipar potentially can do some shit with a normal sword and shield. Like I said, it really depends on how they animated it. If they do intend to tell more stories with the 7 Stars Gundams, like even probably make a cameo appearance in the Uruzu Hunt animated project. Like, how cool would that be? Like, have Mendo explain the ins and outs of the Calamity War and just have the 7 Stars be there fighting with their Gundam frames. They don't need to be voiced or anything. The original pilots don't need to be voiced, but just have them be there animated fighting against mobile armors while Mendo explains the 7 Stars and how they relate to the Calamity War and their achievements. Have that. Let the rest of the 7 Stars make a cameo appearance, except for Baklazan, obviously. Because, personally, I think the Baklazan family Gundam frame will come into play. Will play a major role in the Urusuhan story. Because if you don't know, the hunt basically led the characters to 7 different landmarks. And the 7 different landmarks are related to the 7 Stars. And the only one that they haven't visited is the Baklazan landmark. And if I were to spitball a guess, I think Okina Uroka, the patriarch of the Issue family, will force Nemo Baklazan to give up their Gundam frame for Cyclace's use in the form of a final battle. So Cyclace might pilot the Baklazan family Gundam frame just to get in the way of Wistario Afam. That's my wild guess, but no guarantees that I'm right. Hopefully I am. But back to the point at hand. If the 7 stars Gundam frames make a cameo appearance as like a Calamity War flashback while Mendo is explaining the ins and outs of the Calamity War, that would be cool. The founder of Gjallarhorn was able to defeat mobile armors with just 2 swords, so don't underestimate the sword and shield. Yeah, but Emprilia Kujan is not Akinika Kairu, are they? The green chubby Gujin looks so much better than the remake in Full City. I still like the standard Gundam frame proportions though, I don't know about you. So, I like the Full City. It's just the execution that's the problem. Though the Gujin is more believable to be an actual unit in the Calamity War because of his massive hammer. Though I don't think we've ever seen the original form of the Gujin, just because that thing, the original Gujin, well, the Gujin that we know was modified by the Brewers. I want a Zapar high grade. Would be simple enough. Leave after the build. Wiki said the Zapar can move in a weird pattern or something. Yeah, basically I'm back. Maybe that's why Zapar survived. It didn't take battles that destroyed it. Then again, Monster Hunters proved that Sword and Shield can be a menace in its own right. I don't know much about Monster Hunter, but fair enough. Sword and Shields can work against large enemies. Don't you need to know decal for your review? Yeah. But sensors versus logos. I'm going to keep the logos off. I don't want to get the narrative master grade. I have no interest in it. Do you have a favorite handheld weapons in the Gundam franchise? Anything that flips. Like any weapon that flips. Like whatever. Be it the GN Sword 1, GN Sword 3, the Valkyria swords of the Grimgerde. Doesn't matter. Anything that flips, especially if they are swords. I wonder what Ibio Uruzu's 7-star will receive the Gundam the first. For now, Uruzu Hunt only has one 7-star Gundam, and that's the Zagan. Whether or not that would receive a kit, whether or not that would be P-Bandai, that's not my place to say. But obviously, it'll most definitely be P-Bandai because, well, Bandai. Yeah, I love melee units. I was designing a hotel room while listening. Ah, okay. I just need to see Zapar hold a charge blade. Actually, the Demi Garrison is slightly glossy. Like, that's pretty interesting, but pretty limiting at the same time. Like, the Demi Garrison comes in this slightly glossy finish. That's interesting. What? Like, this is so arbitrary. Like the Darabald comes in a matte-ish finish, and the Demi Garrison comes in a glossy finish. Like, that's weird. Kind of sad that Hajiro Boshi second form is a P-Bandai exclusive. Like, come on, bro. As if that can get any worse. Look at you, Gun Note. Yeah. Like the famous Top Gear proverb said, still could be worse. Still, it's quite annoying when people think the Barbatos is the strongest. Fuck that. Now that I've seen Marcosius take on 2 Harayal units. Oh yeah, by the way, did I mention that there are multiple of the same mobile armors out there? Now that I've seen Marcosius take on 2 Harayal units on its own, that in and of itself is enough to say that Marcosius is stronger than the Barbatos, especially in Calamity War settings because technology. But even just that's enough. But consider the fact that it has a red cloak. And if you've forgotten what a red cloak means in Iron-Blooded Orphans, it means it's a challenge to a duel. Imagine you in a Gundam frame seeing 2 or more of those mobile armors, and you had the balls to challenge them to a duel. Isn't that badass or what? Marcosius, well, I didn't like the kit that much, but hey, that in and of itself is enough to enhance my liking for it. And that's why I thought of picking up a second Marcosius to paint the red eyes and do it justice in a video. Like seriously, challenging mobile armors to a duel. Not even Mikazuki had that big of a ball. Like he doesn't have that big balls to challenge Hashmal to a proper duel, let alone challenge two of them to a duel. I like melee units. Harut Scissorbits, definitely. Harut Scissorbits still need technical know-how to hit. Yep, nano armor has limitations against beam, but its beam protection definitely better than the Hyakushiki golden armor. Reflective armor is way useless, way weaker compared to armor. I just realized Gundam Gamagen has a gun in its axe. I just thought it was a comically large hammer instead. It's actually called the Revolver Gun Axe, I think. The Boroba Gun Axe. Yeah, Revolver Gun Axe. So, it has a revolver, which is a pseudo Dying Slave, and an axe head. So, weirdly enough, this weapon that looks like it does pummeling damage, like impact damage, does slash in the game. I still remember the day I got my Gundam Gamagen. I was so ecstatic, only for me to realize that I couldn't put Kudelia in it. I modded Kudelia for blast and slash. No, not blast and slash, blast and impact. And I was thinking, well, the normal attack looks a bit performs a bit terribly, doesn't it? And I just realized that, oh, it's an axe. It does slash damage. That's what axes do, slash. Like, damn it. Got freaking bamboozled. But then again, like, the ultimate attack is a blast attack, so I guess it pays off more than enough. Guys. NLA is just better anti-beam codes, while some shock absorbing abilities that make melee fights obsolete. Resource consuming, yeah. Hyakishiki's ABC is more of a flex, strong enough to tank one shot of Leo's beam rifle. Puny. The Gamagen store mainly Dying Slave in his revolving axe. Whoa. Oh, Pazer, you got it! That's ironic with the language similarities. But yeah, Zepar most likely has a better AMBAC system compared to the rest of them. Blah blah blah. Alright bro, I need to sleep now. Enjoy building. Nice for having you here, Absolute. Elaborate your ideas on Marbus Mecha. Do we have a oh yeah, Mecha Burst. If I'm able to make an OC Gundam frame, OC Gundam of Marbus. And I like it because I like the Gundam. Zagan has an axe. Yeah. Narrative C-Pack, so blind. He was part of nothing. A and B a personality. Yeah. OC part of Andromalius. Grace parts for the limbs. Yeah. So emergency deployment, Admiral. Andromalius 72. Jump and leave. Then again, Banshee the movie is a crash grab. Yeah. OC Marbus, heavy armor, great sword, turning crossbow. Excuse me. Explosive Dying Slave, a small experimental beam weaponry for Gundam frames. Beam weaponry is useless. Like, they developed the Gundam frames to counter mobile armors that use beam weapons. And maybe they've learned how to make nano-laminate armor, I'm not sure. But probably beam weapons would work against the early mobile armors. I'm not sure. Because it wasn't explicitly stated what armor they use prior to them using nano-laminate armor. So that might be an interesting idea, like have some beam weapons on the original, like, first 10 Gundam frames. Some of them having beam weapons to counter the early mobile armors until they all adopted nano-laminate armor and then rendering the beam weapons useless. Destiny Sword and Launcher. Are you recommending the Forever Gundam for a price? Because the Forever Gundam, as far as I'm concerned, it is... Oh god. Is this the E runner or the B runner, for God's sake? Because as far as I'm concerned, the Forever Gundam is no longer in production because of the G30 Gundam being the basis. So if you can find one for a reasonable price for something that's no longer in production, then sure, go ahead. It's definitely an interesting kit. But if they go for like exorbitant, like high-end master grade or perfect grade prices, then absolutely not. I got ideas for both Halfas and Malfas. Too bad it's too many words. Hopefully you'll make them twins, because it would be a shame for the birds to not be twin units. No beams on IBO frames, please Mecha B. Unfortunately, the amazing Barbatos Lupus beat you to it. So I'm mostly drawing them. Huh. I love the Banshee Beam Smart Gun, Forgotten Weapon, G and Sword 1, Kai and 3, is Virtue's Bazooka, and the fastest BFG, etc. Wow. That's a vast array of weapons there. Hey MJ, imagine if we get more variations of beam weapons in IBO. Imagine laser carrying by well, mobile armors are powered by AHAB reactors as far as I'm aware, so... I'm sorry, your idea has been executed. MJ, plus, the waist would be also heavily armored on my OC Marbus, which has defensive capabilities and stability to use this great sword or crossbow. That's a good idea, actually. Like, where are the heavily armored Gundam frames? Like, except for the Gujin, obviously. Like, imagine a Gundam Morax, man. Like, I was bamboozled to think that the issue Gundam frame is Morax for the whole number theory and stuff. But no, Zagan, still a bull. But imagine if we have a Gundam Morax, it would be heavily armored, brutish, and I don't know. Something like that, something along those lines. That would probably be how I design my Gundam Morax. If not, just give it the ability to lob rocks on everything, screaming, "I will have order." Hey, imagine laser current tuner. Well, my OC Andromalius would be lightly armored but has high maneuverability for its main armament. Graze axes and grappling hooks to represent the snakes from Andromalius. That's a good idea, actually. Where are the grapplers in IBO? I don't think we've ever had grapplers in IBO. Like, not tail blades, obviously. We have the Barbatos, Lupus Rex, and the Murmur for that. But just the fact of having the ability to grapple onto enemies or grapple onto walls and navigate. We need something like that. Marcosius is the original form stronger than Barbatos Lupus. I don't know Lupus Rex is as strong as Marcosius though. Marcosius is definitely the stronger and braver one. It has bigger balls. Mainly for the fact that it dared to challenge 2 Hawaiian units to a duel. That's all I need to say. Graham Maker has the balls, but he's not an idiot when we ignore Mr. Bushido. Mr. Bushido is just overzealous, man. And Marcosius and Black Air Force energy and literally just squared up against 2 mobile armors. Consciously. It's not like it ran into them or something. It has the gall to challenge both of them to a duel. Granted, there's no plumas, but I should assume that they're destroyed. And it gave one PTSD as well. For 300 odd years. I thought that being in the 7 stars would mean a Gundam defeat a mobile armor by itself. If that's so, wouldn't Marcosius be a member of the 7 stars? It's arbitrary, but the the whole definition of being part of the Seven Stars is that it made a significant achievement. Though how significant we don't know, because we don't know what got the rest of them into the Seven Stars. But still, it needs to be a great military achievement in order to be recognized as a 7-star, if not an important royal family in Gjallarhorn's hierarchy. Like the Warrens or the Nadiras. Okay, so I have the Fists of the Demi Garrison popped on. I'm gonna change the thumbnail and title at the end, so don't be confused, please. Monster Hunter Revolver Hammer. Ooh, nice. Custom Marcosius with Hajiraboshi and Barbatorus to form Gao Centaur's Gundam. Wow. Haikushiki lasted in Zeta because of Shard's excellent piloting skill and perhaps plot armor. It's most likely Shard, let's be honest. Shard is a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, that would be much cooler for Sapar. Sword and shield that can turn into a huge axe. Wow. Oh, let's just think the 72nd Gundam frame is half finished. After they found it, they installed bits and limbs for other frames to complete it. Scavenger's dream. A question: who created the mobile armors? Humans. We don't know. That's the whole plot of Mendo's. That's the whole motivation of Mendo, to figure out why the Calamity War happened. What do we need for this? A, B, C, and F. Okay, so we need these, and this. A, B. We don't need this. This is very easy and relaxing build so far. Wasn't LA made in the middle stage of Calamity War? Besides, I'm sure someone who owns a Gundam would look at beam weapons and go, nah, and see sorties with them. You're pulling a critical drinker there, Joel? Nah, it'll be fine. Just take beam weapons out in the battlefield, that's fine. Boss MJ, do you think other universes beam sabers can defeat IBO and nano armor because beam sabers behaves differently than beams like I feels can do? It will have to be point blank, because like beam sabers, like the energy diffuses the longer it goes, depending on the power output, of course. But even the strike freedom, if you want to take build Diver's battle log as gospel, then even the strike freedom's Dragoon beam sabers needed to be at point blank range to be able to damage the Barbatos Lupus Rex. So yes, beam blades can definitely damage nanolaminate armor, but it'll have to be right up in their face, point blank, in order to damage them. Yeah, Admiral. That's my point. Please no beam weapons in IBO, please. Meijin Kawaguchi, not I-beam. Well, Meijin had a point, because the Amazing Booster Tenshiki is based on the Hashmal, so that has a beam weapon. It only makes sense, to be honest. It's creative if nothing else. No, and surprisingly, nobody here is talking about how the Barbatorus has energy weapons. Granted, it's not a beam ranged weapon, but still, a charged tail blade, and energy slash from the twin blades. Nobody's talking about that, and they're still crapping on Meijin Kawaguchi for implementing the Hashmal, which canonically has a beam weapon, into a custom Barbatos Lupus build. Like, come on, guys. I thought the community would be more astute than this. But yeah, no slights against you. I'm just joking around. But the Barbatorus part is serious. It has beam slashes, beam blades, and energy string. Nobody's talking about it having beam weapons, really? And what about all the people who armed their Barbatos with a beam rifle in Gundam Breaker. Are those worthy of criticism of arming it with a beam rifle? Beam weapons? Just because we're short on parts? I wonder how unstable the high-grade Dantalian Perfect Cowl will be. Depends on the waist, if I'm honest. But, standing-wise, it shouldn't be too unstable. And since it doesn't have to hold anything up, everything that needs to be supported is on the waist. Because the arms are hidden, so those are pointless. The legs, they're secured. So all that needs to be concerned about is the waist. If the waist can hold up the Perfect Cowl Dantalian parts, then we'll be grand. Hashima was just a normal ass mass production mobile armor. I would guess so, because the Mebahia is not the Mebahia. The Nemamiya is small compared to the rest, but the Ananel is not part of the 72, yet is still larger. So I believe that the angels that are not named after the 72 angels of the Shemha Mifarash are just scouts. They are the weaker versions of the mobile armors. Weaker infantry, excluding their plumas, which are even weaker. So what I suppose is that those who are not named after the 72 angels report back to the 72 angels and have them step up, because the similarities between the Harayel and the Hashmal are glaring, to say the least. And if you take the Nemamiya and the Mebahia are both of the 72, and yet they look similar. So maybe my theory can be thrown out the window. Who knows? But I'm just guessing here. Hashmal is not part of the 72, and yet it still exists. Doesn't Gundam Hagenti weapons count as grapplers? No, I don't think so, because they are war fans. Even better. Granted, they are throne war fans, and the wires are basically for easy recall. So I don't count those as grapplers. I more so mean a grappling claw that tugs onto walls, tugs onto enemies, and drags them in. So the Gundam Hagenti has wired war fans, sure. So you can use it in the war fan, like a war fan stance, or just toss them out. But the wires are more for easy recall, if that makes any sense. So they are fans for a very niche Japanese martial arts called Tessenjutsu, instead of being an actual grappling unit. So no, the Hagenti's war fans are not. I don't count the Hagenti's weapons as grapplers. Good morning. Hey, good morning, Aspect. Came in here for the Philippines. Does the Cartus Grace Ritter still live out today? If you glue in the shoulder armor, then yes. Because the shoulder armor, no matter if it's the Grace Ritter or the Barbatos 6th form, those things gave me grief. Especially when I was packing up with it for the move. Those things gave me grief. So whenever you assemble the shoulder armor, make sure you glue in the connections. Not that I'm not saying glue in the shoulder flaps to make them static, glue in the connections. In other words, that's basically saying make sure you don't glue in the movable shoulder flaps. Because the whole separation, the whole part separation thing over there, it can't be easily pried open, and I don't like that. Technically, Lupus grabbed the Hasmal directly into its arm with its wrist. Kinda, yeah, but it's not a grappling hook, is it? It's like a just cause grappling hook. Too bad they're wired shurikens that defies physics. Well, game animations can defy physics, so there's nothing to say there. But they're war fans, Joe. Don't... I don't know. I really don't want to be triggered over this, but please don't like diminish them into like, well, shurikens and stuff, because when have we ever seen fans in Gundam, like war fans, except for the SD stuff. The SD stuff I don't count. When have we ever seen war fans in a proper Gundam? Never, almost. So, Gundam Hagenti wins marks for being unique. That's what I'm talking about when we want to see something new in Gundam. Agnika Kairu's father. Power marks on Hashmal, Bale, Barbatos. Yeah, we need to. At the same time, do we need to uncover the mystery of the Calamity War? I know that's Mendo's whole shtick, but do we want to uncover that really? Do you think Bandai would revive Barbatos into new variants in the future? No, I think they're done with the Barbatos. Not unless they make other build variants of it, which would make the frame worse. But I don't believe Bandai would. Wrong wheels. But I don't think Bandai would revive the Barbatos into new forms in the future. What Gundam universe is timeline that sucks to live in? Seed. You never know when you're gonna die, and even if you do die because of the mass, like the genocidal tendencies of both the Alliance and Zaft, and their whole arsenal of weapons of mass destruction, even if you die, nobody's gonna feel for you, because millions of people dying feels like a daily occurrence to them. So if you live in a cosmic era, you're SOL. Because even if you die, nobody's going to feel for you. Because it's going to be a daily occurrence. People are going to be desensitized to people dying if they're not dead already. Revan, I low-key waited for Barbatos adapter for Venus fighting. What? You expected to see Mika in Urizu Hunt? I don't need to know why the Calamity War happened. Then it lost its magic like Attack on Titan. That's what... Yeah, basically, that's what I was saying. Mysteries are good. Will Demi-Trainer look good in R2-D2 color scheme? If you make it work, then yes. Because it does kind of like have a Star Wars droid look. At least the circular series, like R2-Q5, R2-D2, those like rounded droids, the Demi-Trainers actually look similar. So maybe make a Star Wars Demi-Trainer build for next Star Wars Day, like for 2025. Speaking of Gundam frames, okay, get to Pilot 1 with Kimura's Vidar, Aspect, and Ashimento. Melee units are my favorite genders. Every single one is the melee units apart from Flauros, so take your pick. Depends on your melee style, honestly. I would love to pilot the Hagenti. But yeah, to be honest, I really wish the Hagenti is released as a model kit. But if they don't make the fans, I'm going to be pissed. And the Mighty Strike Freedom is coming out soon, so we'll be doing a build stream then? Depends. I still don't have the Ganstrom. Like, people, please don't ask me when the Ganstrom review is coming. I still don't have it. So, if I somehow manage to have the Mighty Strike Freedom on release and get it shipped, maybe I'll do a build stream for it. But it really depends, because if I don't have the Ganstrom, so the likelihood of me having the Mighty Strike Freedom on release is slim to none. If somehow a miracle happens, then sure, I will have a build stream to celebrate it. But if that doesn't happen, it's not my fault. I have no control over what HLJ has to offer. Like I said, they really should begin like a content creator partner program and reserve a kit of what they can recognize as a content creator orders, if that makes any sense. So for example, like a certain threshold, like 15, 20,000 subscribers, you can join the partner program and have a kit reserved for you, so you don't have to be thrown onto a back order and give reviews. Like Warframe has that day one access, so why not any model shop in existence? Like, come on. Like, I don't care if I had to pay for the damn things. I just want them, like, early, because people knew me initially because I was able to deliver on very early reviews. And I hate people, and I really hate that people keep up that impression of me, because first of all, I'm in the UK. I cannot access kits early anymore, and I have no control over what HLJ has on stock. So at the end of the day, if a miracle happens, yes, I will be hosting a stream for the Mighty Strike Freedom if I manage to get that on release. If not, then I'll have a reconsideration. Are all frames from IBO also made out of nano-laminate armor? The frame themselves, no, they're made of a rare metal they never divulged the name of, but all mobile suits from IBO are made from nano-laminate armor, just to counter the beam weapons of mobile armors. Amazing Barbatos' pet Pluma's gimmick could have worked so well on Murmur, whom in demonology has a pet griffin. That's fair enough. Oh, that's probably why the blades are called feathers. Yeah. That's probably why the blades are called feathers instead of blades. In reference to the pet griffin. Although no, probably no, unless they do a version of the Barbatos fresh out production. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I don't think the Barbatos will be revived in any new form unless they do more build variants of him. Hurts to watch Murmur turn into a bribe gundam. Build Divers Battle into consideration. GBN specifically made the beams same in JavaScript kits. Again, this is a game, so maybe GBN and NLA treats beams the same. It's never really good to take build series seriously when it comes to like proper cross-universe references. Hashmal itself has now laminate armor, yet it can fire beams, so why not for Amazing Barbatos Lupus? That's my point. 40k painting plasma to make that fluorescent color. What do you mean? Admiral, NLA's metal coating, since Scribes IPO, yeah. Logical. Hagenzi's fans work like a kind of anchors, which unfans after impelling something, or they can act as secondary backup melee weapons, other than the two katanas for CQC. Perhaps, but I still love the fans, like the fan idea. We've never seen that in Gundam, and that's what makes it unique. Unless I'm wrong. The shoulders on my Ritters are fine though, never had any trouble. Both the Barbatos 6th form and my Grace Ritter shoulders had troubled me. They basically disintegrated the moment I picked them up because they pry open very easily. Granted, it might just be my beginner's mistakes, but still. A warning worth heeding. I really do not want to disturb the glossy coating on this thing. But I'm going to be painting it matte anyways. Not painting, spraying. AD is the best as civilian, yeah. Me either. I built the Barbatos 6th forms, no problems at all. It's probably just my beginner's thing. So I'll probably have to build another one in order to determine whether it's just me or is it a consistent issue. Because I'm definitely not denying that my beginner self has worn those joints out. Happens to the best of us. We all treat gunpla as toys sometimes. Especially early on in our hobby. BBA color demonstrator? That's good. How about Gyan Gya Gyan? Have you considered doing NMM? What do you mean NMM? Gundam Valhalla. Zuda's a fantastic kit. I want to review the high grade Zuda. Just couldn't find them at a good price. Wanda Murmur has a high grade. Me too, Joe. Joel Owl. Joel Owl. Oh, Abel. Is that you, Abel? From before? In contradiction, those feathers could also work so well on Andrilphus. Yeah. Definitely. I don't care if I need to get 6 feathers in a box cutter option set. That way I get revised that are outside the high grade Universal Century line. Have you considered reviewing the Spinatial Soldier? No. 30-minute missions is just not my thing anymore. But I am planning to review the Armor Core kits, so do look forward to that. I do plan to pick up Armor Core 6 at some points, just to get some context out of them. And if Bandai decides to do more of those Armor Core 6 30-minute missions kits, then sure, I'll be on board. If the first 2 are good. 2023. Key. Will you review some 1 to 100 scale? Depends. Depends on if I am interested in them. Because the whole reason I picked up the Raider and the Aerial was because I'm interested in them. I still have the Master Grade Airstrike RM that I need to review from years ago. But I still haven't put a script together for them. The set photos are from my very, very old set where I still improvised. And I really want to be as comprehensive as possible, but I don't have the sword and launcher expansion sets for the Master Grade Airstrike. That's what's kind of putting me off. That's what's kind of been putting me off. Okay, don't get ahead of myself. Let's put these things together and see what's what. Armor Core 6 playthrough when? Not sure. I don't know if I'm going to be reviving my gaming channel for that one. But for Gundam Breaker 4, if you guys want me to stream some playthroughs on the channel, maybe I will. Depends on the time I have. Gundam Asgard. I heard the theory in the Gundam Iceberg. My least favorite armor core so far. I'm a newbie, so please don't ruin it for me. I'm just checking to see if the parts are assembled correctly. Will you also review the Kotobukiya Armor Core kits? Depends. Like, my last Kotobukiya experience was bad. But I think... Like, I don't know if you guys heard of this, but Kotobukiya is releasing a new, like, bow weapon that can also turn into a shield and stuff. That thing, if my friend manages to pick one of those up for me in Japan, or in some... by whatever means, then... I might be reviewing that as well. I don't know what it's called. I was only introduced to that weapon from my friends scrolling on the internet. But hey, if that bow weapon comes out and I manage to get one of them, I will review it before I use it for my custom blade, my custom builds. That spares me the trouble to get another Barbator's for a reasonable bow weapon for my Gundams. Last Raven is the absolute best armor core. I'll have to check that out sometime soon then. After I checked out Armor Core 6. Just to get the basics of what's going on. Okay, don't get ahead of myself. Assemble what I have and then move on. Whoopsies, that's a bad scruff mark. No, there was nothing new for the Baklazan family Gundam frame. I believe you were here Joe when I explained my whole theory about what the Baklazan Gundam frame could be, and I basically landed on Malphas, Halfas or Malphas, whichever one of them was the Earl. Play Last Reef Portable. It'll make you laugh at other Armored Core series difficulty. Well, I'll have to have a control test first. What do you think the high-grade 00 line will get the revive treatment? The UC in Seed already has it. No, I don't think they will ever revive the 00 line. Look at how they're treating 00 compared to the other series currently. All they've done for the past few years is pointless metal build designs that nobody asked for. We've been requesting a lot of like Gen 2 Gundams to be made into high grades and stuff. None of those were ever made besides the Pluton. I believe Pluton is counted as a Gen 3. No, that's the Raziel. I believe the Pluton is the only kit that we have of a second gen Gundam design. We never got the... Well, with the Estrella, yes. Oh yeah. Second gen, we had the Estrella and the Pluton. And all of the Estrella variants. We never got the Saddle Suit, we never got the Obel Hole. We never got the Artemy, and the Type Blacks. The Type Blacks are the easiest things in the world for them to make, and they've made an Ice Gundam Type Black back in the day. Granted, it was for an Expo exclusive and goes for absolutely an arm and a leg now, but they still made a Type Black, or Type Dark, whatever you want to call it. But nowadays, they're just focusing on this pointless metal build project that nobody cares about. Like completely retconning 00 for their own sake. I was thinking Fennex. Impossible, because it would disrupt the 2 of every rank. 2 of every rank environments they had in the room. So while Fennex was a possible candidate before, now it's no longer the case. Where's the E-Runner? Oh, the E-Runner is the other multicolor one, of course. One and 3. Armored Core 6 doesn't connect to previous Armored Core games, but still, if you want me to compare the difficulty, I still need to have a control test with an Armored Core game before I am able to judge whether it's harder or easier compared to other Armored Core games. At least Andras is part avian unlike the others, while Halfas and Malphas are birds. Granted, one of them is a crow, the other is a dove, but still, they're birds. And Exia 2.0 is dead. The host for Exia 2.0 is dead when they've announced the Estrella. So it's I don't know if it should be called unreasonable, but I have to come to terms with the fact that master grade Exia type Exia 2.0 is dead. Like, there's no points for hoping for that to happen. Yeah, you landed on Malphas, yeah. Maybe 20th century. Oh, for God's sake. They did nothing for the 15th anniversary. What makes you think they would do anything for the 20th? They didn't do anything for the 10th. All they did was Exia Perfect Raid and the Character Gundam Saga and those random petite guys that nobody asked for. So what makes you think they're going to respect 00 more than Seed? Like back in 2019 when Seed was like in their 15th anniversary, they had so much stuff. They had the Destiny, and then they subsequently announced the Infinite Justice and the Wyndham, and a lot of Seed reissues. They like see it has had more attention in their 15th anniversary compared to Double O. What's your thoughts on the mighty High New Strike Freedom Gundam? What do you mean? There's no such thing. Of course I've messed this one up. Good. This is gonna be a bitch to take apart. Just because I got a bit of ahead of myself. And I flipped the thruster upside down. Great. 4 for answer to these is I'm recording. Still waiting for RG XC Repair 4. Same. That's like the one kit that I would really kill for Bandai to make. Like they have the XC R3. All they need is a different backpack. Transplant the Quanta Shield or make a new one because the Quanta Shield we all know is problematic. And a new chest piece, new left arm, and a new sword holster for the back skirt. Maybe they even need to remake the central part for the back skirt just to house the sword holster. But still, it would be an easy retool of the XCR3 that people would actually want. I mentioned they would probably not be resigned. Yeah. Master Grade Extreme Exia. What would be the extreme points for a Master Grade Extreme Exia? Like what? Lighting? Because they done Master Grade Extreme lighting for the Unicorn Gundam, so I don't know what they could have done as a unique extreme points for the Master Grade Exia. Maybe transplanting Aurora Luminescence? But still, that's lighting, which the Unicorn has done. There needs to be like a marketable extreme point for it to be a Master Grade Extreme release. We're getting high on copium for this one. Yeah, I agree with you, Joyo. I know people hope for a Camper 2.0, Stardust Memory 2.0, and a God Gunner 2.0, if not for a version Kyle or a Master Grade Extreme of it. Yeah. Personally, the easiest Armor Core is Armor Core 4 or 4A. Somehow the higher speed and response makes it easier. Yeah, arcadey handling instead of the weighty handling. Weighty realistic handling. I hope if they don't make any new series Gundam movies for at least 2 years, because I want them to focus on forgotten model from the 90s like X and some forgotten kits like the high grade Cosmic Era Justice. Yeah. Unless the new thing about Gundam is Hathaway Part 2, then I'll be welcome to that. But then again, what design from Hathaway has not been made into a kit yet? We have the C, we have the Penelope, we have the Gustav... Well, yeah, the Gustav Karl, and the Messer. What else is there? I think the whole reason they're not pushing out Hathaway Part 2 is because there's nothing left to market it. Double O is very popular in Japan too. Not as popular as Seed, is it? The missile attachment for C. Do you mean the effect parts? Because that's done. Like Dark Soul, ooh, okay. Mana should know how popular the Exia is, yet... Yes, they know. And that's why they're making so many pointless metal build variants of it. They made the Gen R Type E, completely redesigned it, unfortunately. They made the Device Exia, and they made basically everything from the Estrella packs compatible with the Estrella 2. They know how popular the Exia is. They just refuse to give us kits. They just refuse to give us what we actually want and focus on these metal builds that nobody can afford or care about. That's my thing. That's my gripe with that. I mean the extra missile launcher for C. Ah. There's something like that. I see. I haven't read the manga, so I didn't know. Nothing is on seat level. Yeah, definitely nothing on seat level. The milking is real. Yeah. Mechanically, it's more or less the same game. Okay. I don't remember any commander type for the Gustav Karl 2. This mobile just needs a big gun for real. A big chunky J gun needs a big chunky gun, isn't it? Middle white. Any general strangest place you build a gundam gunpla? In school. I only saw the C missile launcher at Super Robot Wars, which I play. Ah, so okay, so there's something to document. That's nice. So I can take a look at what that is easily without having to dig out the manga. That's great. Not to mention, MJ, take a look at the Gustav Karl design for the novel. I know they have mixed in the manga design of the Xi with some of the Katoki stuff, even though yes, it's primarily still designed by Katoki. Still, I believe it's heavy cope to think that they would implement the novel Gustav Karl into Hathaway Part 2. Because if they would have also done the full Penelope from the novels, from the manga, instead of the Katoki version, which some people might appreciate. I know someone who will. Okay, they should just make a Master Grade Unleashed with how the Master Grade Strike Freedom, Master Grade Extreme might be more Master Grade Unleashed than a Master Grade Extreme kit. Then they can make a Master Grade Unleashed Exia. Excuse me. Best bet we can have. Master Grade SD Exia. But that is not a proper Master Grade Exia 2.0. It's what you asked for. A Master Grade redone Master Grade, what is it? Exia. Whoops. Completely scuffed up the armor piece there. It's fine. Yeah, this is one of the this is one of the more troublesome aspects of the Demi Trainer build, balancing the separate skirts. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit tricky. I'll do it Maxter style. Plug them in after the armor is plugged in before fully sandwiching them in. There we go. That's much easier. Not to mention, so small. Carl Sabers got nerfed so hard in the anime. What a shame. I don't think Penelope would have extra weapons since what we already had in HG is already complete. Yeah. The Penelope won't get an extra variant unless they do the novel design for it, which looks wildly different compared to the Katoki variant we all know and love. I would rather we have Master Grade Exia 2.0. Hey, Master Grade Exia, that's what you asked for. Master Grade SD is still Master Grade. Says Bandai, not me. Of course, I stand by the fans. I know I have a lot of crap I want in Gunpla form, yet still doesn't have a Gunpla form. I know that feeling all too well. That's why I won't be the scummy bastard who says that, oh, you asked for a Master Grade, so here we have Master Grade SD. That's not me. I know that feeling all too well. Twin Drive Exia? Double Drive Exia. That's what the device Exia is. A Double Drive Exia. And before you ask what's the difference between Double Drive and Twin Drive, Double Drive, the effects of Double Drive is additive, while how do I lock this thing in again? While the effects of Twin Drive is multiplicative. So it's 1 plus 1. No. Let's say 2 plus 2. 2 plus 2 versus 2 times 2. Here we go. The Demi Garrison. Didn't take long, did it? Oh, sheesh. It did take an hour and 15 minutes. But hey, the Demi Garrison fully completed without the backpack. So, backpack and weapons, then final call for comments. This was fun, wasn't it? Twin drive is square, right? Yeah. Yeah, twin drive is multiplicative. And also, real grade Wing Zero TV, please, Bandai. Needs to be displayed with the Epion. I don't really want another Wing Zero. Not for another while. Not unless they release more variety in the real grade line. I don't want another wing in the real grade line. Just because we have 3 of the 4 of them already. Not to mention the extra parts like the Seraphim Feather and the Messos Vag. Messos Vag. What is German nowadays? We're still waiting for the Massacre Kshatriya and Rosen Zulu. Man, you're having cope hard, man. But if they do release a version Ka of those, then maybe you'll have a slightly better chance at that. But still, Massacre Kshatriya, Massacre Rosen Zulu, yeah. Bandai is just saying, screw it. Nobody cares about Unicorn besides the Unicorn itself, so why the hell bother? MGSD Exia will be more interesting than Wing Zero EW. Just to redeem themselves from the travesty that is the not Massacre, the SDEX standard version. Because you really just cannot redeem that thing, could ya? I wonder how many kits you currently own, MJ. A few hundred at least. But it's over the course of 10 years, so it's, in the grand scheme of things, not that many for a gunpla reviewer. Because, well, if you look at the other channels like Prime 92, Mecha Gaikotsu, they probably have thousands of kits. Still on block. Damn, in a histology lab, after my degree ended, you couldn't find me in a 40 feet range from anything histology related. Yeah. Yeah, we want to stay away from what relates to our degrees. And not touch it with a 10-foot pole. Oh god. Is this thing gonna have weight issues? Of course it's gonna. No, apparently not. Because I remember having major trouble with Choo Choo's Demi Trainer. Because having that and the standard backpack on its own will make the kit topple over. But apparently not the Garrison. I suppose it's probably because of the extra armor that adds the weight onto the feet. So that's why a single backpack would not be able to just drag the kit back. So, despite it using the peg ankles, it's not falling over. That's nice. Absolutely nice. Might as well test it with the Bowery pack as well, later on. To see if the extra weight on the feet is actually that effective in preventing it from drooping back. Very nice. Lovely, lovely. One of my major issues with the with Choo Choo's Demi Trainer resolved. Very, very nice. Accessories? Master Grade Extreme Exia can. Oh my god. Oh yeah. If they manage to make color changing plastic, that would be the extreme point for the Master Grade Extreme Exia. Inioni, I read you. I read your comments. Oh, okay. Wing Series has 5 real grades already, P-Bandai not included. Wing Zero EW, Wing EW, Tall Geese, Wing Zero, and Epion. And if you count the limited variants like the Messos Vag and all that good stuff, you have even more. We don't need... No, what I mean is I don't want any more wing Gundams in the real grade line. I don't want to see any more wing Gundam. Bring me the Death Scythe Hell, for God's sake. We need an updated version of the Death Scythe Hell EW in 1 to 144th scale. Like, bring me something other than wing Gundam. Then I'll be satisfied. Not unless Bandai decides to use that crappy old mold and basically give us the Snow White prelude. Then I might say, maybe that's okay. Honestly, that's just sci-fi BS bordering proper noun magic with the conceits of the twin drive, double drive. That's what I hate about Reveal Chronicle. It's just jargon. It's just random jargon that completely retcons the story of 00, which it doesn't need. And for the fact that the Type I's exist, like those red versions of the Celestial Being Season 1 Gundams, they replace the G and Z series, which are more unique compared to the Gundams. So why replace the G and Z series with copies of a Gundam? Like, why? If you don't have the G and Z series, the Raphael would not exist. And I would argue that the Reborns would not exist as well, because the G and Z series doesn't exist. Ribbon's Armark might be just piloting the Type X Finsternus Estrella, if not a modified version of that, in the final battle, if that's the case. Using a finalized Estrella 2 by Setsuna, fighting against a modified version of the Type X Finsternus. I just don't get why they continue to retcon it, continue to artificially create more content for 00 when it's not needed. Like, give us something that we actually care about, for God's sakes. Yay, 350 to 400 euros for the fats. Wow. Same, that's the honestly, which is why I like the twin A reactors in the IBO Gundam frames. 1 infinite energy machine go burn and 2 go burr. Okay. At least IBO is consistent, without much jargon. Man, out of all the Unicorn mobile suits, Banshee was the most interesting. Yeah, that's why Bandai thought that nobody cares about Unicorn besides the Unicorn itself. Okay, this is... What is this? What is this? This is the middle rifle. Like, how weird are the names of these things? Like, the longer rifle is called the middle rifle instead of a beam rifle. The short rifle is obviously called the short rifle, not going to call it a long rifle for whatever reason. I still can't get over how the Maxter's itty bitty pistols are called the gigantic magnums. Like, what part of it is gigantic? The only thing that is gigantic is its pecs. According to the wiki, Penelope and Xi have stupendous price tag. I guess that's why the EFF didn't make a mass production version of them. It's not the EFF that manufactured them. But hey, they wouldn't want to pay Anaheim to mass produce the Xi and Penelope, so I guess still same logic with different wording? I don't know. Real Great Aquarius? That would be interesting. Because if Bandai actually gives a damn about the side designs from Wing, then the Real Great Aquarius would actually be welcome to me. So I suppose alongside the Epion, yeah, that's the point. Yeah, good point. Good point, Gates. Good point. I wish Bandai could pump out more kits like before. Let me cut this nub. And I remember the time where there were 5 regular release massacres in a year. I don't think designing is a huge issue since there are designs that are yet to be used. Yes, the good old days when high-grade Universal Century, high-grade Age, high-grade Bill Fighters ran alongside each other and still managed to pump out as many kits. Granted, 2020 did take a hit on gunpla production, but still, we're back to normal life basically. So why not? We only got no high-grade Universal Century kits regular releases in 2023. But I guess we are still living in the age where Bandai is still pumping out gunpla. It's just the fact that they're pumping it out in the wrong place. Because everything that is not a currently running series is a premium Bandai. And I feel like I'm adopting Kakarot 197's tone of speech because I'm just as annoyed. These decals really do not work the best with rounded scopes, do they? But hey, here we have the middle rifle. It's pretty fine. I'm building the short rifle next. Archer Aquarius would probably be B-Bandai though. Yeah, definitely. MJ, this was fun, but Lamau, 2:23 a.m. Go Bird, sayonara. Nice to have you, Joey Ability. Yeah, the Aquarius and the Epion are sister units. Bandai needs to increase production. No shit. No, Bandai does not need to increase production. Bandai needs to know where their main market is. Instead of releasing every single not currently airing Gundam kit into premium Bandai, they should release more of them into the regular market. Like, remember the days where there was just like, the odd 3 to 5 premium Bandai kits for like gold plated finishes for whatever kit that nobody cares about? Remember those days? Remember when P-Bandai isn't just a massive dump? I certainly don't, because I've been living in this hellhole for quite a while. Like, every single kit that is not of an airing Gundam series is premium Bandai. G-Wish, for example, being the testament to my point. G-Wish is finished airing, so yeah, nobody's gonna care about G-Wish anymore. Throw the pre-production to Firth and the Hindgrat into premium Bandai. Nobody cares about them, so why not? And in the end, they're not benefiting themselves. Because it's the scalpers who are benefited because of their limited production. And like, progress like 5 to 10 months, they're going to be selling for exorbitant prices. Yeah, speaking of P-Bandai, Premium Bandai France, they don't get jack shit on there. Like, all they got was the same stuff all over and over again from when the site was first established. Like the real grade Perfect Strike Gundam, the Wing Gundam stuff. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. So let me USB reset. There we go. That fixed it. RG Talkies 3, only interesting kits on the France kits. Yeah. They got the same stuff over and over again. Oh my god. Yeah, we are running into the long stream problem, but we're almost done, so let's just tough it through. Okay, so let me try this. I'm gonna disconnect the camera, activate the USB reset. And reconnect it. Yeah, we're starting to freeze. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. At least I know now that this is going to be a recurring problem if I stream for far too long. Good to know, I guess. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Okay. I hate how they made Anavato and P-Bandai. I really love their designs. Probably rights issues, probably because it's a manga design, so people might think it's reasonable. But then again, I think people are completely desensitized to the fact that a lot of awesome kits are P-Bandai nowadays. They just accept it and move on. Like, it's something that's worth talking about. Okay, yeah, I am not gonna be assembling the choo-choo beam rifle, just so I can cut down on time. Yes, I know the stream is freezing. That's why I need to get this stuff done. I'm gonna get the handheld weapons done, and then I'm gonna call it, because they can't. Clearly, the streaming software is gonna crap its pants by this time. So I'm gonna get the handheld weapons done, and I'm gonna call it a day. I'm gonna assemble the other weapons myself. I need something to build for myself. You want the 1:144 scale Neo Zeon? No, I don't. Not unless I'm building it for a store. So, Forbidden Planets, if somebody wants to hit me up with a 1:144 scale Neo Zeon for a review, feel free to. I am definitely open to building a Neo Zeon for a store, but for my own personal collection, no, definitely not. And that's why I'm a bit apprehensive about building the getting the Zeus silhouette as well. Like, the Neo Zeon is like, what, 86 centimeters tall, and in all honesty, 30 centimeters is not that big of a difference in the grand scheme of things. And that's an empty runner. Yay! Okay, so if the camera doesn't freeze, I'm gonna build the optional weapons as well. So the hand cannons, the hand Vulcans, and the missile pods. Granted, they're not many pieces, but still. If the camera doesn't crap itself, if the software doesn't crap itself, then I'm gonna go ahead and finish the other weapons. The weapon set weapons and the manipulators, I'm gonna be leaving it on my own. Just so I have something to do with the kit before I review anything. I mean, in the past, the Moon Gundam was just manga and got regular release, but 2018 Bandai is not the same as 2024 Bandai. But yeah. Okay, handheld weapons it is. But yeah, it's a shame that Moon is a manga design, and yet it got a regular release while Vanity's Heart didn't. And we all know the whole G-Witch craze and the apologists and whatnot, but G-Witch is popular, and that's reason enough to cash in on it. Not limit anything to regular like limited releases just because it's not a currently airing series. Like, I have my grievances with Bandai, and that's why. Finally back. Hey, Nelson. "2024 Bandai corporate greed. That's all I can think about. They want all the, like, oh my god. I couldn't mention I couldn't reiterate how bad they have gone with regards to how they treat the releases, because, like I said, if we still remember the good old days when Bandai pumps out like many kits alongside many series. Yes, many kits alongside many series, and all of them regular releases, so that more people have more choice. Like, Gunpla is freedom, but now it's like Gunpla is freedom if you pay a price, if you pay a premium for it. Gen 3 CB Gundam with stickers looks full with stickers looks so wrong. What do you mean? Do you mean the real grades? Dunno, it's called Hippo Waystorm with the T-shaped part connecting both legs. Okay, I think I might call it here. Like, of course, I still have, you guys can see it, but I still have the missile launchers and the Vulcans to build. But I'm gonna leave those for myself and basically leave you guys with a teaser for the review. So I'm gonna build the regular hands, and I'll be calling it a day, because the streaming software is clearly not gonna work with me for any longer than it has to. So regular manipulators have it hold the weapons, and I'm calling it a day. Because even the streaming software is starting to get tired of my rants. Thanks for the stream, boss. No worries, Gates. And I have no other streaming plans coming up. But if I do, I'll definitely inform you guys with a scheduled stream. I mean, the Masquerade kits, Virtue, Dynamis, etc. Top secret weapons, they have every detail on it. I mean, yeah, fair enough. And also disrupts the anime accuracy, so it will not appeal to people who want anime accuracy out of their 00 series Gundams. Okay, so let's arm it with the short rifle and the other hand, the middle rifle. So I'm basically gonna preemptively call for last call for chat comments. So if there's anything you would like to ask or just say for me to discuss, drop it now before the stream ends. Because the software is not going to work with me any longer. So here we have today's build results. And these are the extra weapons. Here's the Demi Garrison, and here is the Hajiro Boshi second form. Any plans on SD BB Senshi kits? I do plan to pick up the Zero Gundam, and like I said, any SDs I really want them to be SD originals. So not like an SD version of the Unicorn Gundam, for example. I want an SD version of the SD Night Unicorn Gundam, for example. Like SD originals. That's what I'm going for now. Don't be crazy and build 5 kits at the same time like me. Oh, obviously not. I have kits to review. I don't have the time for that. So what's your opinion on Master Grade SDs? Pointless. I mean, sure, they give a more detailed take to SD kits, but I have no idea who asked for that. Did they change directions? They used to care more about variety and fan favorite mobile suits, or is it just someone else isn't changing direction? I believe the pandemic has something to do with it, but I don't really know. But Bandai has become more corporate than compared to past Bandai. Medium. What kind of brand using cleaner airbrush after using lacquer? I usually use the thinner for cleaning up my lacquer inside the airbrush, but on the final passing, like I usually go for like the surgical spirit, but that's because I couldn't be asked to buy isopropyl alcohol. But usually it's like 1 or 2 passes of thinner just to get the last bit of paint out, and then whatever residue is in there is going to be dissolved by the alcohol. And until I get a clean spray, a clean clear spray of the alcohol, I will still keep on cleaning the brush up. I would want to have somebody's revving the Lamborghini outside. That sounds nice. And I would like to have as least paint waste as possible. So that's why I go through the washing up twice with the thinner at the very least, and then for a final run, I go with alcohol. What's your favorite kit from the last few streams? So far, it's definitely the Lefrith Anavata, despite the inaccurate colors. This thing being a very, very close second. Is it going to be making the top 10? I don't know. I need a full review in order to make up my opinions on it. And plus, it has a full year of kits to compete with. So far, among the 6 kits that I have from the recent streams, The Lefrith Anavata and the Hajiraboshi second form are my top favorites. This I still need some time with. The Maxer is a pain in the ass despite it being a recommended kit. The Hobby Hyzak has no weapons, it's very niche if I'm honest. And the what's left? The Ghost. The Ghost offers nothing new to the table, so it's basically just a reskin Phantom you can wait for a Phantom V2 to make yourself. You live next to Jeremy Clarkson. Wait, is Chatlington next to Sheffield? In a hospital room late in the morning. That's even crazier, Pacer. I'm planning to pick up the Real Great Akatsuki when it comes out, so is there any special treatment for gold-plated kits? On the contrary, you don't need to treat special coated kits. All you need to do is to snip out the nubs as flushly as possible, and all you can do with a chrome-plated kit is do a double snip and leave it be. If it's undergated, good, just go for the undergate. If it's not, double snip as closely to the part as possible and then just assemble it. Of course, wear surgical gloves if possible, because chrome kits are dust magnets. I know that very well from my Delta Gundam build. And by the way, I will post you guys a question in the community post later today, because I really want one question answered before I move ahead with one of my custom builds. Hajiraboshi have to compete with G-Wish kits. Yes. But if it isn't going to be making the proper top 10, it will make honorable mentions if nothing is stopping it. So the Hajiraboshi second form, and yeah, by the way, I will be posing the restriction on G-Witch kits from last year. So I will only be picking the top 2 of every series to compete with everyone else in the list. Otherwise, it will just be full of G-Wish kits and there's going to be no variety whatsoever. I want to give other series of kits some recognition, so that's why I'm going to be imposing a limit of 2 kits per series to compete in the list. So forgive me for that, but any kits that are close to the top 2 of their series will be in the honorable mentions. By the way, before you go, how many kits have you got in your collection, you reckon? About 400 or 500, I believe. But the basic, I wouldn't want to say as many as I have videos, but it might as well be as many kits as I have videos. So yeah, that's a hard pill to swallow if you ask me. But that's excluding custom builds, by the way. I have like 30 sets of core Gundam armor in my collection. Jesus Christ, like, it's making close to 100 of those damn things, man. Asking anyone in chat, but how much is the P-Bandai Demi Garrison costing the barding and trainer in your country? Let's see. Because the Garrison costs as much as the barding and trainers, if not a bit more expensive, in Hong Kong. I don't know about the UK. You guys UK peeps can help me out on this one. But yeah, I agree. Please make those restrictions on your list to give other kids series a chance. Yes. But if you UK peeps, please help me out on that question, because I'm not sure about how the UK economy works. I believe Bandai is greedy because they're losing money recently, plus their March, their Yokohama base moving, Gundam base closing down. Yeah. Okay. Message retracted. Are there any more questions you guys would like to ask me? If not, I'm gonna wrap up the stream. No, okay. Immediately popped up. Any advice for airbrush and lacquer? Like I said, 1 to 1.5 paint to thinner, and then you'll be fine. Be sure to mix it well before you load it, or if you load it into the airbrush, like mixing paints within the airbrush is very easy if you have like a solid cap. So just basically push it on the tip and then pull back, and then that will mix the paint and the thinner inside the airbrush. So 1 to 1.5, make sure you mix it well, and then you'll be grand. And basically to wash it, you can do with less thinner, like less passes on thinner, but I would like to minimize paint waste. So 1 to 2 passes of thinner, and make sure that you can spray clear, and then that means your airbrush is going to be clean of paints that can easily infect your other paints. So master grade you recommend? How's your back though? I can't build a kit for more than 3 hours. My back is fine. I might need a lay down, but I need to pop out and get ketchup, or pop out and get food. Depends on which. I would like to save on money, so preferably I'll get a big bottle of ketchup for my tomato sauce, or tomato sauce. So yeah, I will need to get ketchup, but my back is still fine. Thanks for the stream. Nah, I'm good. Master grades I recommend, L Strike RM is the only one that I feel like I have the authority to recommend and had good experiences with it. Sure, the L pack is a bit back heavy, but the Strike mold Master grade, the Master grade Strike RM mold is pretty solid if you ask me. So I will recommend the L Strike RM, but that's about as far as I can go because I haven't built many master grades. Does panel lining marker stupid heart. Yes, panel lining marker pens melt ABS plastic, but that is if you're using flow type. If you're using a fine tip gundam marker, then you'll be fine. Something like these, if you guys can see it. I don't have Streamlabs open yet. Something like these. So something like these will be fine for ABS plastic, but absolutely do not use these. These are flow type gundam markers. Do not use these on ABS plastic because these are basically enamel based, and they will chew through enamel. They will chew through enamel. Yeah, chew through your teeth basically. They are toxic, but that's a joke. But they will chew through ABS plastic like it's nothing. So don't use enamel based products on ABS plastic. I still need to do that for my mini plus stuff, but you guys will see it when the videos are ready. So that's gonna wrap it up for this stream. If there's no further questions, stupid chows with their big fart cans. But yeah, that's gonna wrap it up for the stream. Thank you all so much for sticking through almost 5 hours of stream with some technical issues towards the end. And these two are the last stragglers of 2023 that I need to review before I can get the list out. So yes, we're close to the finish line before I move on to more like random kits that you guys may enjoy. Hopefully I get the Mighty Strike Freedom. Hopefully I get the Ganstrom soon. I don't know, but who knows about the future. Anyways, thank you all so much for sticking through almost 5 hours of stream, and hopefully I will see you guys in the reviews, and if not, I'll see you guys in the comment section. Peace out.